time we join our party as they ventured into the haunted greenhouse after braving the eerie atmosphere of the fog and slow falling rain outside. They braced themselves as they prepared to face off against the spectral figures they had been told dwelled within. But in a harrowing turn of events, Maldark the Mighty, the brave yet equally naive half-orc, fell victim to malevolent forces of the specters, and with a chilling resolve, he turned upon his companions, his every move guided by the sinister will of the entity now possessing his body. And the rest of the party, caught off guard by the sudden betrayal, had no time to react as Maldark slammed his war drum down against Saedia. And if not for Vax leaping to her defense and using his crossbow to take the blunt of Maldark's assault, which happened to negate all of the damage, it would have been more fatal. But even this was not enough to stop the malevolent force holding Maldark captive, as he once again lashed out at Saedia, landing another attack against the elven woman. And now at a crossroad, the party, torn between their desire to save their friend and the pressing need to neutralize the threat posed by the vengeful ghost, braced themselves for combat. But thinking back to their previous encounters with the spectral figures and effects they knew they had on the staff of the manor, the party focused their efforts on confronting the apparition that stood before them, their weapons and spells unleashed with determination to save their companion. Saedia, her fiery spirit undaunted by the attacks from her own companion, conjured forth bolts of flame that soared through the air and hit the ghostly entity, not stopping there as she grabbed her bow and fired an arrow towards the creature as well, while Waylaris, using his keen aim, guided by just unwavering precision, unleashed a barrage of bullets that pierced the ethereal form of their foe. And although both their attacks struck true, their efforts were met with resistance, the ghostly entity proving resilient against their onslaught. And as the battle continued within the haunted greenhouse, the party, minus Maldark, found themselves facing not only the spectral entities that held their companions captives, but also the malevolent influence that had ensnared members of the manor's staff. And with the House of Stad now turned against them, the party stood their ground, their defenses fortified against the onslaught of these possessed servants. Yet even as they defended off the attacks of these possessed adversaries, a new threat emerged from the shadow as a unseen presence, just sinister in nature, manifests itself within the confines of the greenhouse, its ghostly form looming larger than the other as it sought to exert its control over Steve. But with steely resolve, Steve resisted the spectral influence, shaking off the tendrils of darkness that sought to ensnare his mind, enraging the creature as it disappeared in a flash of dark energy, reappearing at the end of the greenhouse, its gaze still affixed intently upon its target. And despite this, Steve surged forward, his movement guided by instinct and determination. Utilizing his innate Fey abilities, he swiftly closed the distance to the menacing specter that had targeted him, delivering a series of precise strikes with his blade. And as the sounds of battle echoed through the greenhouse, a new threat emerged in the form of a shadow entities that materialized from the darkness. And with swift and agile movements, the shadow creatures lunged at Corin, Saedia, and Vax. And yet, despite their malevolent intentions, the shadow creatures found their attacks thwarted by the quick reflexes and maneuvers of the party, with each strike expertly dodged. The party plus Vax stood firm against the encroaching darkness. Meanwhile, Corn, fueled by her unwavering resolve to free her lover from the clutches of possession, unleashed a fury of attacks against the malevolent force that sought to sell her. With each strike, she sought to break the hold of dark influence, her determination shimmering brightly amongst the chaos that engulfed the haunted greenhouse. And as the battle raged on, the party found themselves facing an unexpected challenge as one of the ghostly figures, once vulnerable to their physical attacks, now shifted into an ethereal form, rendering the party's weapon and spell attacks ineffective against it. With their strikes now passing harmlessly through the incorporeal ghost, the party shifted their attention over to another adversary as the incorporeal ghost became corporeal again, and using its malevolent presence that sent a shiver down Corin, Saedia, and Vax's spines. The horrifying visage was enough to frighten all of them, and as they were temporarily paralyzed with a sense of dread. And as the battle intensified, Corin unleashed the power of her ancestry, summoning forth a primal scream that rumbled through the haunted greenhouse. And in a stunning display of strength, her ancestral spirits manifested as towering Goliaths and giants surrounding her, leading their formidable presence to her cause. And with their aid, Corin delivered a mighty attack to several of the enemies nearby, including Maladark, which was enough to finally incapacitate the man and free him from the grip of possession. Meanwhile, as Steve was violently confronting the leader of the ghostly entities alone, engaging in a fierce duel, but despite his bravery, Steve found himself overwhelmed by the reluctant onslaught of attacks from the creature, sustaining grievous wounds. I can't read today. Grievous wounds that ultimately led to his defeat as he was downed. And in the midst of chaos, Corin managed to revive Maladark after freeing him from the malevolent influence. And he quickly rejoined the fray with renowned vigor. Rushing forward, he unleashed a fury of attacks, his resolve unyielding as he fought alongside the rest of his party to overcome these spectral adversaries. And despite Steve's incapacitation, the remaining members of the party, assisted by Vax, rallied together to face their spectral foes head on. And with coordinated effort and determination, they quickly dismantled the remaining dragons, dispatching the possessed servants, shadow creatures, and one of the formidable ghosts, leaving only the leader of these spectral figures, the last one remaining. And as the party converged their attacks on the supposed leader of these ghosts, their hopes for a swift victory was dashed when the spectral unleashed a barrage of arcane magic with a devastating necrotic attack that nearly knocked down Maladark, who remained standing thanks to his resilience due to his orcish nature. But the ghost's next attack proved even more perilous as it conjured a powerful blizzard within the confines of the greenhouse that incapacitated both Corin and Maladark with a single attack. And with the odds stacked against them, Waylaris rushed over to Steve to revive him, determined to keep his comrade in the fight. And despite his efforts, Steve struggled to remain standing in the face of the ghost's relentless assault. And amongst the chaos, Saedia, from the safety of standing outside the greenhouse, drew upon her arcane abilities, stepping forward to unleash a barrage of magic missiles that successfully found their mark, piercing through the ghost's spectral form and finally bringing it into the harrowing battle. And with that, the leader of the ghosts was vanquished, and a sense of relief washed over the party as they took a moment to catch their breath and assess their injuries. And with the battles against these spectral figures concluded, the party made their way over to Timnis's cottage to update the groundskeeper on their success. Saedia and Vex just opted to return to the manor ahead of the rest of the group, while Steve, Corin, Maldark, and Waylars proceeded to Timnis's abode. Steve provided Timnis with a brief account of their recent encounter, explaining that the greenhouse was once again safe to enter, and Timnis expressed his gratitude for their assistance in understanding that they needed rest, acknowledging the several injuries they had sustained. And with a final word of thanks, Timnis bid them goodnight, leaving the party to make their way back to the manor to rest up. And meanwhile, over back in the manor, Saedia and Vex oh god. Meanwhile, over with Saedia and Vexillus, Saedia expressed her desire to investigate several areas of the manor before retiring to bed. These areas included Vexillus's former quarters and a few of the neighboring spaces. As they began their journey in Vexillus's old bedroom, a space that appeared barren and devoid of any personal touches or memento, they did not find much in the room itself, but as they were leaving out the room, they investigated the small sitting area at the end of the hallway, and Saeedia's keen eyes caught sight of a small seam along the wall, which revealed a hidden closet. The closet was small and had very few belongings, but inside was an old tattered robe with various patches that Saedia tucked inside her bag for future use. And perhaps the most intriguing thing about the closet was the fact that she can hear sounds coming from the other side of the closet's wall, to which Vexillus stated that on the other side of the wall would have been his mother's, Vivesna, and stepfather's, Corinne's bathroom. Sorry. And still curious on what else they could find around the manor, the duo pressed onward, their next destination being a room adjacent to Vexillus's old bedroom that was said to belong to his mother. But their path was interrupted as the door was locked, and despite Saedia inquiring if the room was still in use, Vex was uncertain, stating he had not seen his mother use it in quite some time. And undeterred by this, Saedia's inquisitive spirit remained, and fueled by curiosity, she attempted to gather insights about the contents of the room by employing her unseen servant spell. But as she was in the middle of preparing her ritual, a sudden tension filled the air as Saedia turned around to see that two of the onyx armored guards had approached her, their tall, imposing figures emanating disapproval, causing Saedia to hesitate and opting out of completing her spell instead. And she and Vax instead chose to go explore the rest of the manor instead. As she and Vax made her way over to Saedia's former sleeping quarters, and despite the former encounter she and her fellow party members had faced in the room remained largely unchanged. The walls now thankfully devoid of the eerie remnants left behind by the spectral figures that had once haunted the room, but other than that, the room had held nothing of interest. And as Saedia's gaze swept across the room, she recalled the hidden passageway she and her fellow party members had discovered during their journey through the alternate version of the manor, turning her attention to the hidden doorway concealed within the room, the narrow passageway that connected her quarters to those of her fellow party member Corin. And while the passageway was near identical to the one she explored in the alternate version of the manor, the most noticeable difference was the missing mirror that was used or could be used to peer into her sleeping quarters from Corin's. Just confirming with Saedia that not everything across the two versions of the manor were the exact same. And with nothing else of note, Sarah and Vax began making their way back to their living quarters, rest for the evening. Along the way, Sarah's concern and perhaps some curiosity for the whereabouts of her fellow party members rose as she decided to stop to check in on them. And the first stop was Steve's room, but to her surprise, it was empty, devoid of any sign of the Eladrin man. And this unexpected discovery prompted Sarah to joke that Steve was likely off flirting with Vax's mother, Vivesna, perhaps a simple slip of the tongue, momentarily forgetting the company she was with, as Vax's reaction was anything but amused. His steps falter and his expression clouding over with a mixture of surprise and anger as he turned to Sarah, his voice edged with a hint of urgency as he demanded to know if there was truth to her comment. And caught off guard by his sudden intensity, Sarah found herself a bit lost for words and attempted to deflect the question, but Vax refused to let the comment go. And so with a reluctant sigh, Sarah admitted that she had noticed Steve's frequent comments about Vivesna. And though she stopped short of confirming any romantic or physical involvement between the two, this just seemed to further enraged Vax as he demanded to know if Sarah had any knowledge that Steve and his mother was having an affair. And as the tension was rising, Sarah stumbling over her response, Steve's voice unexpectedly broke the uneased silence. As Steve, who had been inside Waylaris' room to have several of the items he's found magically identified by the Trichine man, had decided to poke his head out in the hallway after hearing the commotion outside. And with a knowing smirk and smug voice, Steve casually remarked that any romantic or sensual entanglements between him and Vivesna had yet to come to fruition, but his voice seemed to only fuel Vaxilis's growing frustration as the man began marching towards the door. But as Steve attempted to hide back in the safety of Waylaris' space, Steve found himself facing the barrel of a gun as Waylaris demanded that Steve not leave his room, knowing the trouble the Eladrin man was bringing to his door. And despite Steve's pleas for staying, Waylaris was not persuaded and reiterated that Steve was to leave immediately, simply stating that Steve could either be shot by him or Vax. And with much reluctance, Steve vacated the room, stepping into the hallway to find Sarah and Vax waiting outside the door, and Vax armed with his crossbow pointing directly at Steve. Vax repeated his question, demanding to know if the man was having or attempting to have an affair with his mother. And as Steve avoided the question, his attention on the horrific sounds coming from Maladark's quarters, where he and Corin were entertaining themselves.
With the door wide open.
Yeah, Steve's silence proved to be all the answer Vax needed to the question as he fired a bolt at him, the bolt impaling into Steve, which, despite his low health, was thankfully not enough to down the man. But as Steve was expecting his wound, he saw that Vax had begun to ready another crossbow, and despite Sarah's attempts to calm to have a dark elf man down, he seemed focused on anger. And so Steve opted for the safer approach and decided to run away instead. And that's as much as I wrote in my notes. And then the rest is me gonna be bullshitting. I told you that past bitch didn't do what she was supposed to do. God damn it. Anyway.
I know exactly what else happened.
I know. I don't trust any of you goddamn whores.
Obviously, what happened next was...
All of you. What else?
I review VODs twice a week, and this is what I get.
I put in all this work for nothing.
All that happened next was I banged the mom, we went into the maze, and then we jumped into the portal.
No. What happened next was that Steve, licking his wounds, ran downstairs to the parlor to find us, to inquire about where Vivesna's bedroom was, because despite him deciding to be her sneaky link, he didn't get the location of where they needed to meet. And during this time, as he was finding the location, Saedia and Vax returned to their bedroom. Saedia having persuaded Vax enough to abandon his murderous intentions for the moment and opting to perhaps question his mother later about the information he has obtained. And after gathering the information from us, went to Vivesna's room for their rendezvous, so to speak, which was a very pleasant evening of
and how
many.
Was everyone's performance during that? I don't quite remember.
Yeah, many distinguished activities and poses and Krav Maga, whatever it's called, the Krimasatra. Is that what it is? Yeah, whatever. Yeah, that shit. As the two engaged in adultful activities. Which yeah, so afterwards Vivesna was kind enough to give Steve a few healing potions as his request before she departed back to her room, and Steve departed back to his. During this time, the rest of the party all slept, getting their long rest and leveling up to level 6. Woohoo, boohoo, blah blah blah. In the early mornings, Steve, Corin, and Maladark had convened to go down for breakfast, lunch, dinner. They're not quite sure. Time here is very weird. But as they all gathered together at the dining table, trying to plot out their next steps, they came upon that they would try to explore some of the rest of the manor that they had not been able to fully see yet. Heading back upstairs to fetch the rest of the party, Saedia and Waylaris, so that they can go upon their journey. I believe you guys went to Waylaris first, as Saedia was having her meal over in the quarters with Vax. The two of them having their moments of Saedia. Yes,
a romantic getaway.
No, of the two of them discussing Saeedia's trust issues with several members of her party. In fact, all members of her party, and ultimately leading to Saedia confessing to Vax that outside in the grove, she was the one that had slain the Scorncrow and felt guilty about his death. Which led to Vax confessing that he too had killed a man in his youth. And as the two were confiding each other and giving...
I would only be Vax's second.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're not that special. As the two were confiding in each other's presence and memory, elsewhere, the rest of the party had gathered with Waylaris and had moved along to deciding that they would go up to explore the attic. Hi, Gunny. How's it you? And they had sent Corin to go fetch the lovebirds, as they had quotations, as Steve was probably still on Vax's hit list. And Corin went over to the quarters, explained their intentions to Saedia, and the group opted for and began going upstairs. I lurked for the emotional damage you promised. Emotional damage. You're welcome. As the party plus Vax made their way up to the attic, it remained in a similar state to when you last arrived there. The attic pretty much vacant outside of the, you can assume, the occasional servant that was probably in the room. Passing through Vestos's quarters, which he was not in at the moment, as he had previously passed Corin and Maladark on his way down to the library, briefly mentioning and giving thanks to Maladark again for the information he gave, and saying it was quite useful and he found something quite intriguing over in the other version of the manor. Who knows what that means? And as you guys explored the attic, finding the hidden pathway that would lead to the sunroom. It was a sunroom, right? Yeah. Finding the hidden pathway that led to the sunroom, I believe it was Maladark, Waylaris, and Steve that had stepped forward, but Waylaris had opted to use spider climb on himself to attach to the ceiling to evade detection of the onyx guards as he peeked his head into the sunroom. And when this did not immediately alert the presence of the guard, Waylaris decided to go one forward and step fully into the room, though still clinging onto the ceiling. And it seemed that the guards were not fazed by this, perhaps not noticing his presence altogether. But only when Waylaris dropped the spell, or not dropped the spell, just dropped from the ceiling, did the guards suddenly come to life and turn, immediately going into defense mode as they began going over to Waylaris, who had promptly ran from the room as Maladark, and Steve shut the door, and you guys quickly made your escape back down the stairs as you can hear the guards banging on the door, and it sounded like they were giving chase after you. And deciding that, well, perhaps there was somewhere else you can explore, you guys went down to the maze to try to get to, was it the center of the maze that y'all were looking for? And along the way, Sarah asked Vax if he knew anything of the maze. Yeah, you were just trying to get through. And Vax just shared he didn't quite know of anything noticeable within the maze other than the statue that he said resided on the opposite end of the maze that led to the grove. And together, you all ventured down to this ancient magical space that just radiated with like fate energy that was very familiar to Steve and made him think of home. But even to those of you who are not from Alderaan, you can just the presence of Fae energies was there, and just this old magic that seemed older than even magic itself. Stumbling upon this beautiful fountain in this kind of kept haven, little sanctuary within a maze, with a statue of a dear man entity guarding it, and this just beautiful pool of this vibrant colors, very similar to how Alderaan skies are, the pinks, the purples, the blues. It was just too much for Steve and just made him think of home, that the man stepped into the pool thinking that would do something. It didn't. But as you all began expecting the fountain closer, Saedia realized that there were some sylvan ruins written along the side of the fountain. And in an attempt to be forthright to the rest of the party, she read this out loud, which triggered a sequence of events as a portal opened within the fountain space. A whirl of powerful wind just began pulling them all towards the pool of water, and Steve, having now sensing that this fountain was giving off more memories of home than ever, decided to not even fight against the wind and leapt into the fountain. And despite Maldark being as mighty as he is and strong, he was unable to hold on and also got carried into the pool of water itself, leaving only Saedia, Waylaris, Corin, and Vax remaining. As the rest of the party tried to consider what to do, Waylaris, seeing the two of the fellow members already jumped in, decided that the smarter approach was just to be followed behind, and he jumped in, leaving now only Saedia, Corin, and Vax as they all struggled what to do. Saedia turned to Vax and questioned him if he wanted to go in there, but Vax revealed that he had a very intense feeling, just knowledge within himself that he knew he would not be able to follow behind her. Instead, telling Saedia to go without him and that he would just have to remain behind, to which Saedia refused at first, saying that she would just simply stay within the man. This prompted several comments from Corin. No. As they lovingly looked into each other's eyes. Anyway. This prompted us, got many comments from Corin as she demanded to stop hissing about and reveal their feelings for each other before jumping into the portal, leaving now Saedia and Vax behind.
Just skip this part.
No. As
Me and Appy need this part.
As they
Wow.
Yeah,
they
get
kind
into
of
it. Get into
sadly looked at one another. Saedia now having tears welling up her eyes as she did not want to leave Vax behind, saying that she had promised to help him leave this place. And Vax revealed that he had promised to himself that he would keep her safe, and he knew that it would be safer for her if she were to just simply leave. And as she reluctantly understood the meaning of his words, beginning to turn to walk towards the pool of the portal, she turned and gave him a big smooch.
He sure did.
Oh shit, there's
No,
someone.
he called fast first before this.
Oh, you said you wanted to skip this part. Now you want to do it, okay?
Now we can skip this part.
Now
After
we-
his confession, we
oh.
can skip the part.
All right, yeah.
Wait, yeah, let's go back to his confession real quick.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
Gotta
Sorry.
relive it.
I'm not gonna do the whole thing. I cannot. This story gone too long. Yes, Vax confessed. He told Saedia that she was the best part of him, the goodest thing about him, and that he was
You don't
falling
need a
in
script,
love.
Punchy.
I don't need a script. I got memory in a video. What the you mean?
Video evidence concludes.
And with this burst of feeling, Saedia drew herself into his arms. Is that what you want? You want me to?
No,
what the fuck?
Yeah, I thought so. The two sharing a passionate kiss as Saedia pulled away, tearful. They gave each other a reluctant goodbye, Saedia promising to return for him before going over to the portal. And as she stepped in, giving one last look to Vax, she was finally able to see the webs, the chains that seemed to tether the man to the plane itself. She quickly realized that Vaxilis was under the effects of the imprisonment spell, a very powerful wizard spell that seemed to be the reason why he and the rest of several of the residents of the manor were unable to leave. But still, with great resolve, Saedia promised that she would return for him, and that is where we are. Also, it was a very passionate kiss.
Hey, at least he gave you some passion. His mother was like a dead fish.
You're welcome.
The
This is why you got it out the pee-pee.
out the pee-pee.
Out the pee-pee. All right. Now, as I pull up things. Wait, what the fuck have y'all been typing? I'm already here. Steve's offense. Mama coming on to him. Steve should have let him shot you twice. Rude bug man. Listen, don't bring problems to my room. I ain't taking the arrow because you want to get frisky with a MILF. That's your business. She did nothing. Had the most fun. Steve did that work. Had no fun. Womp womp. What the fuck is wrong with all of y'all? Okay.
He was asking what happened during the day, and I told him what happened because he forgot. Okay.
Oh my god.
She did nothing and had the most fun. He did all the work and had no fun. Womp womp.
Womp
Yeah, she
womp.
laid there like a fucking dead fish.
You're fucking welcome.
All right. One, that tells me you don't know how to be a service time. That's on you. Two, don't bring your shit into my room. That's all I got.
Let me just throw out that she was the one that was bad at it. Steve was doing amazing.
Yeah, Steve was doing
Is that-
amazing. She wasn't doing anything.
Oh,
Yeah, that's why I said
He
she
was
did nothing.
laying there like a dead fish.
listen, you did your job. It's fine.
Lovely. Anyway.
Maybe that's why she was just lying there.
Yep, exactly. Alright, is this the right
Listen,
one? We're
that's
gonna
what
see.
happens when you get with a pillow princess. Things happen. Like
Exactly. Hello, princess. It's the right one. Activation. Bun, dun, dun, dun.
Oh,
Boom.
never mind. I was gonna say, you're home, Steve. I was like, well, okay, if this is
No.
what your home is, though, I have concerns.
We going through the portal first, no?
No, because there's
Yeah, I
portal.
forgot.
Just like
about
last
that.
time.
Portal. Ooh.
It's all Steve's fault.
It's all Steve's.
You guys didn't have to come in after Steve.
Tiny.
I didn't want to.
Damn. Anyway, here.
Then you shouldn't have. You should have stayed with your boyfriend.
Closer, boy.
That would have, but he was gonna push me in anyway.
Could have made that check. Anyway.
I don't have faith in myself.
Wow. No faith. As you
Can we-
guys.
Wait, we can move in this?
Well, not yet. I have you all paused.
okay.
Oh, that was me moving you all into a better sequence so I could just have it all displayed on the screen.
That's
As you all step into the portal, one by one, Steve, followed by Maladark, followed by Willaris, followed by Corrin, and lastly Sarah, you have that similar sensation that presented the last time you stepped forth. Like, what is wrong with you? Like
I said it's
your
start the game.
you see this endless space around you, but this time it is, instead of that deep purple with like the small flickers of light, you see it is this beautiful vibrant green with it feels like you are passing through stars as
And
you
Steve's
look
just in the front singing, "I'm going home, I'm going home. Tell the world I'm going home."
it's canon, he invented that song now.
My God.
Okay, as this vibrant green space with flickers of light, and you remember that familiar rush through your head as you like stepped through, and those like electric sparks that kind of ran through your body, but this time the rush is even more intensified as it feels almost as if a region like you're falling in slow motion before you are suddenly swept up into a tide and you are just being pulled through your body. Now instead of a small spark, it's now this intensity of electricity just rushing across your body and just pulling you into all these different spaces. That familiar chill washes over you and you start to feel as if you're being pulled apart again, as you can feel your body, twist and contort around you. That sensation of being stretched in. You can feel that bile raising the back of your throat, and again, just because of the quick movements, your body is it's refusing to expel it in this moment, but you are going through the semblance of being like, you're being ripped apart.
Yay.
Yay!
I mean,
Ghetto.
It's shit ghetto.
Can I pick out the parts of me that I don't like while we're being torn apart?
Yes, well, you gotta leave
Like
your whole
your
self behind.
sins? Like your bonus.
Damn.
We don't gotta talk about that.
Smart literally said, nah, throw the whole thing in the trash.
Am I wrong?
Fuck.
Am I wrong?
Steve ain't all bad.
I was like, I don't think Steve hates himself that much.
I
I was
said it.
able to seduce the mother. I gotta have some good qualities.
The mother doesn't
That's
even
the
have
difference.
good qualities, okay?
No, she's a whore.
That's true.
And
She's like a crack whore.
God,
wow,
y'all chose violence.
God,
today.
maybe I shouldn't have her be my baby mama.
Too
You know,
late
on
now.
second thought,
You probably have magical aids now, okay?
God.
I just
Steve,
believe it.
as your consciousness begins to drift back, just
Oh no.
over flooded with the intense emotions of returning to your family
Wait.
home. You didn't
Wait.
think there would be consequences, bitch? You are yet again brought back to that
Oh, no.
distracting day. The sound of battles in the distance. You can hear the sound of buildings burning, and as your body and your mind drift back to your family home in Alderaan, you find yourself standing amongst the ruins of the great hall of your family, a once magnificent palace that now stands as almost like a testament to the passage of time and the trials that has happened to your family. And as this great hall stretches out before you, its granular design is still evident despite the approaching decay and ruins. You can see the walls that were like once adorned with these innate tapestries, some of them depicting scenes of prominent times in the Bloom Creek season, and others depicting scenes of battle of some of the great von Vixenheimers that came before you. But now they all bear the scars of battle. Their once vibrant colors muted, most of them torn and shredded to pieces. And
It's like I went to the Mortal Realm version of the manor.
yeah, pretty much. And yet, even amongst this crumbling stone, there are still like hints of the hall's former beauty remaining. As you can see, like the delicate wildflowers that used to just be so vibrant and abundant in this room are decaying, though there's still a slight presence to them. As you look forward, your attention is caught yet again to this moment, this familiar yet so distant memory. And you can see your father just slunched over, barely standing, this tall Alderaan man, thin, like slender frame but still built, and just dressed in this beautiful green armor that's just similar to his paladin nature. This man, when in his true Bloom Peak form, is near identical to yours, but for now, his tan skin is kind of shimmering between this ombre of green that is tamed with the Bloom Peak nature mixed with the Wivergreen nature of the tan skin. His eyes, these bright green orbs, are teamed with the rings of Wivergreen, this bright orange color reflecting in them, as you see he is holding his side, and there on his armor is you could there's a giant chunk of him missing, quite frankly. And he is holding it as
Took
blood,
bite out of him.
as blood is like gushing down these dark, deathly veins just appearing over his skin as he finally like collapses down on his back, unable to keep himself from standing. And on instinct, you just feel yourself rush forward over him. This side.
Weak.
Wow. Well, all your shit this way. And here's one where I'm like, I don't remember what the fuck I made him sound like. Anyway, we're gonna go with it. I didn't write it.
Every day.
No. After this, I'm gonna review it. I'm gonna record it and put it in my mementos with the rapper voices. I don't remember right now, though. Okay.
Gotta go with like Sean Connery.
Who the fuck is that?
wait,
What?
You guys are fucking distracting me. I don't got time for this shit. Your dad is dying, Steve. Okay.
Dad, I wanted my dad to sound like Sean Connery.
I'm not doing. He's what? Scottish, British, like the.
Aggressively Irish.
Oh, great. It says Scottish.
Sorry, aggressively Scottish. Right?
The fuck you meant.
Scottish.
Listen, I know the man. I don't know his fucking heritage.
He's gonna sound like Timness because I can't do top in the morning. Can't. I hate you. I can't.
You don't even have an accent. Now shut up. Let her do her voice.
That was even worse because it's
I've
fucking
been
Irish.
around for 50 years.
Oh my god, that shit made me cry. Shit. As your father lays before you. I'm editing all of this out later. Dying. He reaches out to grab onto your shoulder and to pull you a little closer. Like, snooviness. I can hear who's laughing. I will. All y'all. Who wants to start rolling death saves? Okay.
My
father died.
If we don't roll death saves, do we die? Is that what happened?
You will.
What?
You will die.
Okay,
You need to get to the portal, and get to the portal, and you and Taviana need to leave. And he is like coughing up blood onto you. Those black veins you can see are becoming like more prominent, just bulging from his throat, and his eyes. These wrinkles are like appearing around his eyes, and it seems like it's almost his skin is beginning to gray as he holds onto you. With one arm, he removes his arms and he begins to remove the bracelet from his wrist.
Oh, Papa.
The second the bracelet is removed, you see that his skin becomes again this flushed now with just pure tan. His hair just completely fades to white, and his eyes lose that wintergreen orange ring. It is now just complete green. And he presses the bracelet into your hands. You can feel it being coated with his blood as he gives it to you. It's like, Harry, go to the portal and you make sure it's sealed behind you. Quick. And
I guess I'll go. My poor Papa.
okay.
He dead, yo.
You were horrible.
Oh shit.
And
Hey, it took everything not to make comments while he was dying.
you whore. And as you begin to stand and make your way out, just the understanding within you that there is nothing more that you can do for the man. You are no healer. You have just begun to step into the rights of adulthood today, and you know within your heart that as much as you want to take him with you, he would just be weighing you down from what you need to do. And
We warriors were raised right.
And as you are right at the exit, there's this sensation watching over you. This voice in your head that is very akin to your own, just screaming to just keep going, look straight ahead, don't look back. This kind of almost nagging sensation that is temptation. Like, you know that there's something that you are forgetting, something that you are not considering in this moment. But the voice is just, don't look back. Keep going. Never.
Now I feel like I
look
gotta
back.
look back.
What do you do?
Steve,
Not a reason to
cool
look
guys
back.
don't look at explosions.
But Steve isn't cool.
Now I know why he kept running after Vax shot him.
Steve will look back.
As you turn your head back, ignoring the voice that is screaming, you don't look, don't look, don't look. Your eyes once again land across your father's just dying form. And for a moment, there's nothing of note or really of interest happening. He's there. He's dying, but as your eyes kind of just like quickly shift over his form, your eyes are kind of like drawn to his side, as in the Aldderaan, especially one of the season of Bloom Pink, you guys being warriors, knights, monster slayers, you're often all laid to rest with your weapons. It is just a fact of life for you. And as you gaze upon the weapon by his side, this beautiful, lengthy chainsword that you had grown up admiring for so long, you are once again pulled, your vision shifts to the moment that you are running, your hand holding onto someone else as you are rushing towards that portal. You have a name in your head now. Taviana, that's who you're with. This is who you need to protect. This is who you're supposed to leave with. And you remember her faltering, her slipping on rubble or nothing, just the intensity of what's happening now. And as you step forward to try to help her out, that familiar sword just pierces directly through her, now just completely black, almost as if it was formed from shadow itself. As you see her look down at her chest, coughing up blood at the moment, just shocked at you, not barely able to usher any response, as you look over her shoulder to the tall and imposing knight figure that you remember seeing. Your memory now forming better, and you can see the face now just almost in the early stages of decaying, just gray skin, withered hair of your father. His once vibrant green eyes now devoid of any life, as he just ranks his sword forward and it flings her body off to the side, and he turns his attention back onto you as you just continue to step back, shock rushing over you as the sounds of battles are continuing in the distance. Buildings are still burning, and you can feel the rumbling on the ground, and knowing that the portal is being broken behind you. The memory just sits in your head, and it's almost a wonder as to how you can ever forget it.
Yes, Steve.
Trauma makes you forget important things.
Wow.
Roll me a perception check.
Oh god.
Okay. It's not like it's important or anything. Let me see if I can pause it. There you go.
Bum, bum, bum. Perception. 16?
Fair enough. In the final moments of this memory, as you remember dodging out of the way of his attacks, the portal again and the floor underneath you be crumbling, as that part of the grounds is collapsing underneath your feet. You take one last glance over to Taviana, and the last thing you can see is those familiar black veins sprout across her skin before you are drifting, falling out of the sky. And as you were waiting for that impact of water that you know is supposed to be underneath, you just closed your eyes, and as you continue to drift through this now infinite space that is leading you back home.
God, I don't know if I want to go home no more.
Now you want this.
Now you regret it? I told you that we shouldn't.
You never got the chance to say that we shouldn't, because the moment that portal was open, I went, yep, and I was going.
Yeah.
Lovely.
You just forgot about
The way
Timmy's.
the cookie crumbles.
The person who jumped in next was Maladark. Maladark, you you stand at the entryway to the captain's quarters of your one of your mother's many ships, but her favorite one, Fury's Edge. You can hear the rhythmic creaking of the ship's timbers and the distant calls from the sailors, you know, your family, your friends that who sail alongside her, as well as the almost comforting sounds of waves crashing against the hull, or not crashing? Is that the proper term? Yeah, crashing against the hull.
Waves crash.
Yeah, and as you are like standing at this entryway to her door, you can hear the sounds of adult activities taking place on the other side.
Oh, Mom, back at
you can hear, you can just tell which one is your mother, but otherwise you can hear the sound of a male voice that you're not quite familiar with, though there is almost a sense within yourself of familiarity. And as you push open the door, you seem to thankfully have caught it at the end of their activities, as you can see your mother now boarding this robe, and this male figure that you have not seen before. This you can't quite catch his face, but you can see he appears to be tall and built, and just seems to have a presence that eludes confidence. And he has this tan skin that kind of like speaks to having spent hours underneath the sun, and this shoulder-length auburn hair that is matched with this thinly or neatly trimmed beard that you of the same hue that you can just kind of catch.
Does it look like a young?
What did you say?
So does it look like a young Sean Connery?
Shut the fuck up! Leave Sean Connery alone! Goddamn! And as you look at him, you are just again that sense of like familiarity is just it's hitting you as you see the man just kind of like gathers himself in bed, putting back on some clothing, like his tunic and pants, and he like turns to your mother, this very gallivanting voice, like, Dora, you've bested me once again. I knew that the words that I've heard about you and the strength and ability you had was great, but I must admit, I think I have met my match with you. I'll be sure that the next tale I write it will be quite long and lengthy, and to speak of our travels together.
Damn, you done or is you done?
And you can see your mother, again, her long, kind of vibrant orange hair, like reminiscent of a blazing flame, kind of like turns to him, her blood red eyes, which are usually in this very kind of like stern expression, that just, her presence just eluding strength and proudness. And she has this kind of like gentle smile going on, one that you're not quite familiar with, like even with the presence of her numerous children. As she turns to him, and now here's, I'm like, where the fuck did she sound like? Hold on. I am amazed that you were able to keep up. That's probably not how she sounds like, but I don't feel like going through the video to find out what I did. I'll fix it later.
Memory's fallible.
Yeah, in this case. She sounds like Sean Connery. Who knew? Everybody sounds like him.
Damn.
Shut the fuck up. As she begins to walk towards him, you see she's taller than him, though his height is almost a match to hers. And like she's like from grabbing him from the scuff of his shirt, like pulls him in for another kiss. And as she kind of pushes him away, you see he kind of like chuckles and begins to walk over to the far end of the captain's quarters. This beautiful port window that has this gorgeous view of the sea, and you can see in the distance like some remnants of some city in the background. And he's like, we must do this again. Truly. The second we are properly on land, I say we hit up all the bards, and I will regale them of all the beautiful tales of our travels and the adventures we have went through, and I assure you, Laura, that with my words and my songs and my voices and your expertise, your strength, we can be something great. We can travel across all of Evander, all the way to Yethan, Galen, all about, and we can tell tales of the great orc clan of Argonif that are so courageous and strength. And you can see your mother kind of like scuffs about this. I'm like, I have no... Damn, I almost went fucking Spanish to that. Oh, shit. Mm-hmm. I have no interest for or telling tales of glory and dreams. The tales my people and I speak about ourselves are true. But I have no interest in the little shows you put on or your songs. I enjoy hearing them, but you do not need to write any of me. And you kind of see, like, he like kind of pushes back towards her, and it's like, but just imagine all the coin we can make as people will pay to hear such glorious tales. We can fill entire stadiums. Come now, you must want more than just simply traveling around and raiding towns and villages. Eventually the law will catch up to you, and that is no proper life for a woman.
Oh, okay.
And she like just kind of like gives a sigh and turns to him, and she's like, I know you care, and I appreciate it, but my people, we are warriors. We do not care about the fame or the glory. We do what we do because it is right. It is what our ancestors have done. And we travel across the seas. We raid to pay homage to those that came before. And we make sure we do it right. No harm, no deaths. We live the warrior way. And my path is that of the ocean. And as he like begins to say something back, like, Dora, and she like she steps forward, and you see her like on the way, she like kind of almost tumbles over his bag, a bag on the floor. And there's this little jittering of coins from within, and you see like she gives him like a quizzical look before reaching down and opening the bag. You can hear him like, well, don't go and And as she opens it back, you see this, like, the bag is, it's not quite a bag of holding, it's more of a similar to a carry-on bag meets a duffel bag. It is just filled with gold and treasures. You see diamonds, other gems, and these, like, almost artifacts that you can't quite even begin to understand what they are. As Dora like kind of searches through it and looks confused, and then looks back over to him and it's like, did you take this from our hold? And he kind of like, you can hear the man kind of like something like, but I was just taking my cut of the treasure that we found. I felt it was all fair, and she like cuts him off. It's like, you did not help us fight. You were nowhere in battle. You were late, and you take from our treasure, our quarry. And you can kind of like, he's like, his hands are like kind of swaying about, and he's like, now calm down. And she's like, no, like, you said that you would come with us, that you would fight, that you would show all of us that the magnificent strength that you have, like the various tales you tell me, and yet you missed that battle. And now after missing yet another battle, you steal from us? What? Were you just going to leave with this? And the man seemed to be like kind of like stumbling over his words, and he's like, well, that's kind of the thing, Dora. See, as I've explained, which seemed to be a bit of a communications barrier, I am a bard, as you know, but some of the grand tales I speak of aren't exactly relating to myself. They're more of what I've observed over time, you know? Just as like I can sing songs of your tales and speak to how you do. And like she like cuts him off like, no, you told me that the tales were about you, that you slayed beasts, that you have freed, controlled cities, that you have protected people. And he's like, I mean, in a way I did when I'm spreading the song, but they are not directly my deeds. This is quite common in show business. You know, we kind of boast about our skills. And you can see your mother's eyes kind of like darken for a moment as she steps back to him. Her presence and her figure now just appearing taller, and she's like, did you lie to me? And the man is like, takes a step back just off instinct, and it was not a direct lie, and she like is now directly like straight in front of him. It was like, did you lie to me? And he just goes, It wasn't supposed to. Listen, I didn't expect to meet someone of your renown inside a bar. I didn't expect that you would be so interested in hearing tales of glory. And so I may have not told you everything and maybe implied that the stories were about me, but in my defense, and you see at this moment, she like just grabs him by the shirt and lifts him off the ground with one hand, and she just like snarling in his face, her tusk like even more presence, and she's like, you lied. You are no warrior. You are no great bard. You are deceiver. You are con man. You will steal from me, from my people. And he's like trying to like wave his hands around. It's like, no, don't, let's not do this, something we'll both regret. And she's like, no, I should throw you off the ship now as where you stand. I should give you over to the men to lash out at. I should. And before like as she's in the middle of speaking, you could just hear the man just be like, stop. And she goes completely still. And he kind of like wrangles himself out of her grasp, and you can see like she has this almost look of confusion on her face, and as she's just like frozen in place and unmoving. And as he like manages to get himself free, like he kind of brushes his shirt off and is catching his breath, and he's like, listen, I am sorry. I did not mean to, I did not mean to completely, lie to you. It was just, honestly, it was just an honest misunderstanding. All right? I thought that if I appear to be more, courageous like you, that we can have some fun together, that we could travel, and I can just understand a little bit more about your people and the battles that you do and the conflicts, and it would be no harm done, and yes, I just thought I would take a little bit of the treasure since, I have been here assisting, even though I was not directly in the fight, I was here, and, well, darling, times are tough and things are expensive, and...
Times are tough?
And I'm sorry, and she's just like, you could just see a burning rage in her face, but she's just unmoving, and you kind of immediately can understand she's under effect of some spell that is keeping her in place. And he kind of like, with a sigh of reluctance, he grabs the bag and begins pulling it over, grabs a coat off the rack, and as he's like leaving towards the door, he turns to your mother once more and is like, I am sorry, Zora. I really didn't expect it to end this way. I was really hoping things could be like more fun, but I suppose that's just the way it has to be. And well, I hope that if we do meet again, you are less murderous and we can have a civilized conversation. You understand? And your mother can't even say anything. She's just burning with anger as the man like kind of like steps past you. Again, it's just still just this blur over his face as he leaves, and minutes pass, and more, and more. And you can see your mother is just kind of like frozen into this place. And then after a good amount of time, she finally, like, you could see her shoulders like kind of slump forward. And then immediately, like, once she like kind of realized that she's no longer under the effects of whatever spell she was, she picks up the entire bed and tosses it at the end of the room. It in a immediate burst of like crashing wood against wood, it pierces through the wall and kind of bursts as the bed just kind of bursts all together. The sound enough that it seems to have alert people from upstairs as they come like kind of running down to hear her, and she just lets out this primal scream. Find him! Bring him to me! I want his head on a pike! He will not live for what he has done! He has stolen from us! And as these kind of like, they still seem quite young. You kind of can imagine these are some of like just the ship's hands who have heard the commotion. They kind of like all jump into gear, going out, Mealy running after, and you can hear like shouts being, and commands being issued in the distance. And you see your mother kind of like, she's just kind of like leans over to the desk in one of the corners that she has not destroyed yet, and in just this kind of like brief moment of quietness, you can almost swear you see like a little tear running down her cheek. Now who stepped in next? It was Waylars.
Emotional damage.
My dad's a little bitch. When I find his ass,
Ricky, when I catch you, Ricky.
It's on site making his mama cry.
So I have a new goal to find this man.
a new goal. I love it.
Find him, break his pee-pee.
Break his pee-pee.
Bailiff, whack his pee.
Beat him like Hohenheim.
Damn.
Fuck.
I'm crying.
Right again. Emotional damage.
Obviously.
I know, right? We all paid for this.
Wait, Lars.
Yeah, that's me.
Your vision shifts, and you are brought back into the office of the manor, and the scene is quite familiar. It's more recent. This is almost akin to something that is eerily akin to the small glimpses you saw while looking into the mirror that you had previously expected for Steve. You are in your Uncle Darius's office, and you can see that the visuals of the office is akin to what you've previously knew, and now instead of being well, actually I don't think you went into Vastolus's offices, but kind of the books aligning the various bookshelves, a large desk in the area, and just the scent of like these old books mingling in the air with that small familiarity of like a wicker burning. And as you kind of like focus your attention onto this scene, you can see that at the desk sits Darius. This, ow, fuck my hair. This, this tall man that has these, oh my god, this tall human man whose features, kind of like is bearing the weathered imprint of time and experience. His dark hair now teamed with traces of gray. You can see the remnants of his beard that is also having those small spots of gray coming in Drew and oh god, where is he? Here we go.
No active participant. Oh, there he is.
There. For your question, Renee.
Right, let's see. Oh, okay.
I think Darius is spelled wrong. I think it needs 2 D's and a Y somewhere in there, but I could be wrong.
No, that's how it's
Daddy
spelled. Darius.
Someone got it.
No.
Daddy.
Oh, both of y'all. This is your uncle. Get out of here, you perv. This ain't Sweet Home Alabama. Okay.
Joke's on you. Who said anything about the bug saying this?
Perv, slappies. Anyway, you see.
Zol. That's me.
You can see like Darius is sitting at his desk, his hands like interlaced as he is like has settled his elbows onto the table. This stern expression as he looks onto the now tricrine forms of your mother, father, and grandfather. And
Bet he looks good doing it too.
fucking idiots. Let me do this real quick. Might have grabbed the wrong one, but and there it's kind of like this moment of silence in this room before Darius opens his voice. Now I do have a fucking recording on. I'm gonna open real quick because okay. Like I did some people, I just didn't do everybody. Okay.
This one gets a good, yeah. I can see why you do this one first. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So tell me this. You all decided to make a deal with the devil in order to kill me. And now you sit here asking for my help to get out of your contract. How in the 9 hells did you fall for this. And you can see that your father, your grandfather, is it more of an ectoskeleton skin? Camouflage? Shell? I'm not sure what the fuck you have instead of skin.
I have a carapace, which
Carapace.
is basically... Yeah, that's the one.
You have a corn piss. Anyway, your carapace, their carapace is akin to yours. This dark blue that is near the color of black, and their eyes, the same buggy black. That's the way I could call it. And dressed in regal, noble clothing, but they both appear to be the clothing itself looks like it's just too big for their forms, and obviously they're not wearing any type of shoes. And your mother kind of when Darius addresses, you kind of see her instinctually flinches back. Her carapace is more of this kind of plum tone, but with the familiar black eyes, and wearing just again a dress that seems to be just far too large for her figure, and her feet are bare. As they kind of all gestures to themselves, and then look over back to him, and it is your grandfather who kind of speaks up first. In his tri-queen form, you can see the man is still trying to exude some presence of nobility, though his stature and literally his height has been brought low, as he just kind of well, obviously we were tricked. Actually, let me double check how that's how he sounds. I don't remember. That's the best I'm gonna do right now. I made a deal thinking that we would just lightly dispose of you to help convince you that it was time for a Scarpello to lead the family. And in my ignorance and vulnerability, I made a deal with a devil, and now, as I have not been able to uphold our end of the bargain, it seems that all of us are now affected by this curse. And he kind of gestures to himself. And Darius kind of gives a quizzical, almost smug brow, and well, clearly it doesn't affect all of us. What was that?
No, I'm just picturing neener.
And I'm stuck because I swear I don't remember anybody's fucking voice right now. Brain is empty, and I'm just gonna go where I go.
You're doing.
I know I'm doing great. I'm a fucking goddess. But anyway, but as after this comment, you can see your grandfather, you could just see even in this kind of small form, hit the anger just radiating from him, as he was well, why are you? And it's your father that kind of interrupts, and he goes to say father, calm down. It's Uncle Darius. It was a mistake. We were tricked, right? My father was not fully aware of the contract he was signing or the deal he was making, and now myself, my wife, wait, Lars, we're all affected by this, and we need your help. And your mother, by your father's side, still clutching onto his arm, kind of nods along, and is yes, please, we need your help. I'm so sorry that we did not say anything. I didn't know what was going to happen, but please, you cannot let us live like this. And you even in a bug form, you can kind of still see like the tears kind of welling up in her eyes. It's almost disturbing because a ant shouldn't cry. There's somebody snicker. Who snickered? I'm gonna Elia. And at this kind of plea, you see like Darius kind of gives a sigh, and it's just like, unfortunately, the bargains of a Fey deal is perhaps even too much for my powers. You and your family will have to suffer the consequences of your deal alone. And because of the treacherous act that you plotted against me, I think it will be for the best that you all leave tonight. And immediately you can kind of like hear them all like kind of speak up. Their voices kind of like speaking over one another, and your mother sounding like near defeated and crying, your father kind of pleading, and your grandfather just immediately going to anger and is like, how dare you? You are going to kick us out after everything that I have done for this family. The Scarpellos has helped raise the Corvinars up from nothing, from the beginning of Evander, and you dare to kick us out? And Darius, I'm not going to do this back and forth. I'm tired, okay? I'm lazy. And Darius kind of like quips back, and it's just like, and is it due to your own ignorance and thirst for power that you have ended up in the position that you are now? Be thankful that I'm letting you all leave with your life as it is. And then you see like your grandfather Severin, he kind of like steps closer to the desk, and he's like, you dare to lecture me on the makings of contracts, giving your family's history? And then there's just like a moment of quietness in the room as Darius just kind of like, as Darius just silently stands up from the desk, his form now greatly towering over Severin's as he looks down at him, and he's just like, don't ever mention that ever again. And you can see that your father and your mother, they look confused in the background, like they're not quite understanding what's going on, as Darius and Severin are having like this staring contest, both waiting for the other to like succumb to their will. And it is your mother's voice that breaks the silence as she moves forward. It's like, please, Darius, I know we have no right to ask you for help, but think of our son, Lars. He does not deserve to suffer for our actions. Please, he is just a boy. He is growing. He does not deserve to live a life like this and cursed. Think of his future. And you can see like Darius kind of like finally breaks eye contact with Severin and gives her a look. His eyes are still kind of like there's like a storm brewing in there. Like they're still cold and distant, but you can see that his expression falters a little bit as he looks at her, and he's like, Odelis, I am sorry that your husband and you were ignorant enough to go along with Severin's plot, but there's not much I can do in regards to an infernal contract. The deal you made affected not only you, but the whole Scarpellus, and you signed it. He, and he points to Severin, condemned you all. And as your mother is like beginning to cry, you know, like just seeming very defeated, Darius gives like another sigh, and he's just like, but however, while there might not be much I can do, I will try my best to see if there's any way that I can reverse the effects, or perhaps just him. So I will offer you this one deal. All of you will leave tonight. You will never return to the Raven's Free Estate. But you will leave Waylaris behind. If you do, I can promise you that I will dedicate my knowledge, my studies to finding some way to reverse the curse on him. And then perhaps from there, we can work a way to help the rest of your family. And you see your mother like kind of looks back to your father. They seem to be like kind of like shook in the moment, and immediately Severus is like, no, we're not leaving him with you. If you want to kick us out, then we'll leave. But he is a Scarpello. He comes with us. And Darius is quickly like gives another glare to him. Is just like you have no sway in this one, Severin. This is the parents' decisions. So Adelis, Waylon, what is your answer? I do need it now. Would you leave your son here with me? And if you decide to, I swear to you, I will do everything in my power. I will love that boy as if he is one of my own. But I cannot keep you all here knowing the betrayal you have caused us. And you see like Severin like just kind of like he huffs and he kind of like turns back to your parents to see if they're considering this, and your parents are still like looking over each other. Your mother is now looking deeply at your father, and she's like, Cozy, are you moving? What are you doing? What the fuck? And she just like, Waylon, this would be for the best. I don't want to leave him behind, but if there's any way to be free of this curse, then Darius, he is one of the best wizards we know. He would be able to break it, don't you think? For Waylaris' sake, we should leave him, and so that he can perhaps have a good future life. And now, like, ears are kind of come down. It looks more like mucus. I think that's how a bug would cry. But the emotion is there as she just, her voice is like breaking apart as she like pleads him. And your grandfather like steps up to your father and he's just like, no, he is one of us. Listen to me, Waylon. We will figure out a way to break this curse without his help. We do not need Darius, all right? We will go to Alderaan. We will go to Galen. We will search. We will commission the Arcane Weaver Assembly ourselves, and we will find out how to reverse the effects of this infernal magic on our own. We do not need him, all right? Do not leave your son behind with this man who would so easily draw away the rest of his family. And you can kind of like hear like a scoff in the background coming from Darius, but he doesn't provide any further comment to it. And like there's just this moment of your mother like kind of looking at your father and your grandfather looking at him, and your father looks quite conflicted. Like he's like looking back and forth and over to Darius. It's like and Darius like meets his gaze and it's just like, I need an answer. And your mother is just kind of pleading like, please, Waylon, I don't want to leave him, but we can't let him suffer for what we've done. And like you see your grandfather kind of comes and like grips his arm, and you can see immediately like your father kind of like flinches from the held, and your grandfather just like, do not listen to him. Do not listen to her. We will stay together. We are stronger. And there's just like kind of this another moment of quiet, and it says everyone is like all eyes in the moment are on your father. And after a bit of time, he kind of like he shakes his head and like meekly raises his gaze back to Darius, and he's like, we're going to keep Waylaris with us. He's going to stay with his family. and we'll figure out a way to break the curse without you. And his voice is lacking all confidence that your grandfather is exuding, and you can see like your mother kind of almost breaks down at his words as Severin looks almost smugly, and Darius just simply sighs and like shakes his head and is like, "So be it. I expect you all out before dawn. Leave now." And you can just see their forms kind of like turning somewhat reluctantly. Your grandfather kind of like pushes forward first, trying to remain proud in this moment, as you can just see your mother kind of like turns to your father at the end. It's like, "What have you done?" And he just kind of like just kind of shakes his head and like, I did what was best for the family." And they exit the room. Now who is next?
Corin.
Alright. Close conversation. Yes. Close it. Everything will be lost, just like my life. Alright, Corin. As you are traveling through this infinite space. Wait. No, where's her lace? Here we go. I'm like, where the fuck is her playlist? Here we go. Oh, here comes the problem. Like, as you are traveling through this infinite space, your consciousness begins to drift back to like this vivid memory. You find yourself seated once again at the grand dining table of your family home in Amber Hall. And 1 second, because I don't remember how anybody is spelled. You see this beautiful regal home that has walls like crafted from this pristine marble, just radiating the soft porcelain glow under the magnificent golden chandelier suspended from the ceiling. There is just this abundance of like greenery and plants just around the areas. As you remember, your mother, and being a druid as well, enjoys seeing life around your home. And at the table, sitting at the head, you see your father. Oh no, I grabbed the wrong one. But at the table, at the head, you see your father. And far in on the other side sits your mother. Both dressed in regal fine clothing as you all sit for dinner at this table, though the air is kind of stiff and there's this intense kind of like silence that rings through the air as you all just kind of like eat your food, and you're not even passing glances at one another. And as you are all just kind of like eating in the silence, there's a sense of this eerie sense of something is missing that just can't help that while being unsaid, it just remains in the area. The reminiscent effects of since your brother's departure and leaving the family. Who keeps moving? I swear. And I'm just gonna put it here so you can see what it looks like. The dinner is disturbed by the doors opening, and you see a servant kind of rushing through. They kind of give a bow at the entryway before making their way over to your mother. this towering Goliath woman whose presence commands attention and respect. Your mother has always just carried this air of dignified grace around her. These forest green eyes reflecting wisdom and strength, and her beautiful brown skin adorned with the vitiligo spots that just pays homage to her Goliath heritage. And despite the signs of aging with her graying white hair, the rest of her remains untouched, and for the most part, she has been more confused as being your sister than your mother throughout your life. And the servant kind of rushes over to her, and you see after a moment it hands her this letter. And then there's a moment of quietness as your mother seems to just opens it and reads it. And as you kind of shift your attention over to her by this disturbance, you see that there's just this moment that her expression just kind of shifts from this serene composure to simmering fury in an instant. And just with a sudden and forceful motion, she just grabs the letter in her hand and crumbles it up and tosses it aside. The action just enough to cause your father to glance up as he exchanges a concerned look with you. And how does it say pronounce? I was pronouncing it barbarous. Renee. She's dead. You're muted, dear Lord. Renee, nobody can hear you.
Barbarous from now on.
It's barbarous from now on.
Be dead when it's your turn.
It is barbarous.
Barbarous, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was talking this entire time.
Oh my god. Shut up. Anyway, you see your father, Mr. Clean looking ass. Anyway, I had you was there. I'm sorry, okay? I had you.
Don't even be sweating it, cause nah, my dad is bald as fuck in real life.
Oh really? Damn, I got you.
He looks like this, but minus the beard, cause he's a bodybuilder. So he looks like that minus the beard.
Shit,
you nailed it.
Oh, you're welcome.
No, my dad looks like you nailed it.
Clairvoyant motherfucker. But yes.
Nice. My mom's not. Wow. Go mom. Go mom.
Yes.
Let's go.
Your father is. Oh god, it just killed me. This this imposing yet gentle figure, quite tall even for just being a human, standing at 6'6", and muscular build. His always the more gentler parent, just portraying this or exuding this warmth and kindness. You see,
maybe not so much that part.
Yeah, no, don't worry. I gave you mommy issues instead. You couldn't do everything exactly. You see, after your mother crumbles up, he turns his attention to her, and he's oh shit, what is he gonna sound like? I don't think I've done him. What does Mr. Clean sound like?
Make him sound like what's it called? That large man from Fullmetal Alchemist.
What the fuck? What large man? I didn't watch Fullmetal Alchemist.
I'd like to point out which large man.
I didn't watch it.
Armstrong.
I didn't watch it.
Armstrong. Okay.
I didn't watch Fullmetal Alchemist. That's the problem.
Oh, he has more of a. Don't do it.
Wow.
I didn't watch it, so I can't do it.
He sounds like Piccolo from Dragon Ball Z.
Oh God. you lost me.
More stuck up.
Gotcha. I don't think that's possible, but anyway.
Pompous.
Anyway.
Yeah.
Hold on, give me 2 seconds. Laksheen, what is the matter, my love? I don't know. I hate all of this.
That was good. Keep going.
Gotta get the accent from somewhere, huh? Anyway, okay.
As long as I don't sound like Darth Vader, I'm good.
Corin, I am your father. Anyway, you see, like, your as he says it, your mother kind of like just raises a hand and just kind of like raises a hand to silence him, and she's like,
Damn,
no,
that's about right.
I'm trying to remember Angela Bassett.
You sure you don't know my parents?
You're welcome. It is nothing. Do not worry about it. And she like you see like she grabs her wine from the table and begins to sip from it as you know your father like exchanges another like concerned look towards you. And for a moment it seems like things are going to go back to normal, but then you just can hear the sound of the glass being crushed in her hand as she's just using too much strength in a moment, and it just crushes underneath the weight. Immediately you can just hear her begin to swear in giant as she like grabs a napkin from the table to cover her hand that's now dripping blood. Now at this part, you see like your father like pushes up from the table and rushes over to her side to check on her as she's still swearing in her native tongue that obviously you understand, a bard of curses that you can probably assume where you picked this shit up from. As she is trying to begins clearing her wound as he like kind of gets close to like try to like touch her hand to inspect it. You see she still pulls it away and is still trying to exude this like again this regal like presence even as she is injured and vulnerable at the moment. And as your father begins badgering her with more questions, asking her what is wrong, is she okay, and she just like she gives like a reluctant sigh and she's like the letter is from Embarks, and her voice is like kind of tinged with this mix of like bittersweetness, like this bittersweetness and this resigned nature. And she continues like, your brother, he writes of his travels, his endeavors in the culinary arts, his family. And you see like as she says like the last part, she kind of like pauses and quickly like it feels like there's probably more like she's going to say, but she like shakes out of it. And she's like, I do not know why he still writes to us. I have made it very clear that he will have nothing to do with this family. He is the one who decided to leave, and I do not understand why he is still writing letters. And immediately her eyes go to you, Corin, in questioning. Have you been writing your brother? Have you been telling him?
Well, I mean, he's still family, Mother.
He abandoned us. He abandoned us for that whole wife of his. And now you consider him the family. He has abandoned all duties, all responsibility, left us to pick up the slack. He is no son of mine. And you like as she like goes on saying this, you see her father is kind of like close to side, and he's just like, now look, Sheen, please. I'm sure it wasn't that big of a deal. You can't honestly expect Corin to stop messaging her brother. And like she like immediately like turns on him and she's like, are you messaging him too? Is everyone in this family going to betray me? and she like just looks over at all of you, and your father like kind of gives you like that look of like your mother's going through one of her moods. And
Mother, I don't... Listen, he's still your son. He's still my brother. Just because he doesn't agree with the way that we've chosen to live, I'm still here. I'll carry on the family name. It'll be fine.
He left us, and he left you, poor you, to pick up the slack. And he knows your father with his health and everything, and he still decided to leave to go on and start a family. And he thinks he can just like nothing has passed, like nothing has changed. And I will not have it. All right. Any messages that he sends will be burnt. I demand neither of you will message him ever again. All right. And
it can't be true.
Your father is like, now, Lakshmi, that is a step too far. All right, come now. All right, I understand the heart you are feeling and everything, but come, Embarks is our son. He is our boy, and I know that you are missing him, and that is clouding your judgment right now. But one day Embarks will return, and we should welcome him back with open arms and care. And your mother just kind of like pushes herself from the table. You know, her presence now like again towering over your father as she stands at 8 feet tall by herself, and with the heels that she wears, it is even more. And she's like, no. Yeah.
You were like getting everything about my real family right, and it's weird. She's like 5'9", and he's like 5'7", so she is taller than him, and she loves to wear heels just to be.
You're welcome.
This is great. You gotta tell mom about this.
I gotta tell mom about this. And she pushes herself away, and she's just like, I will not have more of this. And like she begins to like walk away as your father like calls after her, like trying to get her to return. And then for a moment you see like his breathing becomes a little bit more wavered, and he like has to brace himself against the table as he like struggles to stand right. And he's like,
what's the matter?
And
I'm gonna like run over him.
Good, because as you kind of finally make your way over to his side, you see that he falls on, collapses to his side. It is
ever aftering me? Are you ever aftering me right now?
You're welcome. Yeah. And as he is as he like collapses, it's enough of a disturbance to instantly pull like the contents of the table down with him, and that's enough to turn your mother's attention back as she like looks over, and then she's like, Barbarous, and immediately like rushes to his side. And as you're over him, you roll me a medicine check. Let's see.
I do a medicine check on my dad?
Yeah, let's see. Son of a bitch.
Okay, alright.
Not like it's life or death or anything.
Oh yeah, I got +5. Let's see if anything will come of it.
Let's see if anything will come of it. You gotta believe in yourself. Let's see.
Son of a bitch!
Why do you do this to yourself?
I don't know!
Guys,
every time!
You gotta stop saying, let's see if anything will come of it, and then be like, oh shit.
Part of the cards.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't got anything that'll let me re-roll. I don't think so.
Yeah, you're, unfortunately, you're not quite able to understand what is going on with your father right now. His breathing seems withered, and he seems to have like brought a hand like almost clutching over his chest, and your mother is kind of like going over near him, and it's just like, but Barbarous, and like you see him, like she just looks like at you once before putting her hands over his chest, and you can see the familiar king of like green glow come from her, emitting from her hands as she begins to cast cure wounds on him to heal him. And she turns and begins shouting and like, help, someone please, Corn, go get Sister Sutton, go get her. And you remember Sister Sutton being your formal Druid teacher, your the nun that so humbled you in your youth, the only one who has not quit the job. And have you seen Warrior Nun?
Yeah.
Very much like the lady who ran the institute. Yeah.
Got it.
But your druidcraft teacher from the sanctum of Cerula, who resides in the castle, as your mother is like trying to kind of like stop whatever effects that is going on with your father at the moment. Just her attention kind of like now focused solely on him. What are you doing?
Let's see. He's dying. Can't fail my medicine check. Can I cast a healing spell with her? Like, can I do like healing word or anything? Or
Yeah, you can.
am I just like watching?
You can cast it. We'll say you cast it as well. Is it? I believe you have both Cure Wounds and Healing Word. Which one would you like to use?
I'm like basically. I'll use Cure Wounds on my right now.
Okay. All right. You, alongside your mother, began to cast Cure Wounds, and it seems to have a bit of an effect. You see, his breathing becomes a little bit better, and he seems, and you can see like a sweat now pulling down from his forehead, and he's still clutching, but his grip seemed to have loosened a little bit as his breathing, and it takes some time, but eventually you can hear like the doors being pushed open as more people kind of like rushes through. One of the people who rushes forth, being your, let me see, where the hell is she? Being your teacher. Hold on. Where is the load bat?
Like, supposed to assume like poison or something, because this seems kind of sudden. Was there any way I can examine for like?
That's what the check was for.
Activity?
Yeah, that was the check to see if you could determine if it was natural. Yeah. Sometimes you win some, sometimes you lose some. Hey, where the fuck
I'd still be suspecting anyway, because this is some weird shit.
I mean,
Like, my dad
yeah.
was healthy as fuck.
Like it can still like what is it? Alarm bells? Where I was say, where the fuck is this old bitch? All right.
We were eating, right?
Correct. So you were eating dinner. But...
After I'm done casting on him, can I go investigate this fucking table where he was eating at?
Yeah, like you see, like Sister Sutton, rushes for, still dressed in like the her typical like nun-like attire that is adorned with like symbols relating to Cerula and her worship, and she kind of like lightly pushes you aside, and she's like, "Let me take a look, girl," and begins to inspect them. And during this time, you can roll an investigation check onto the table to see.
Let's find some answers. With my plus, okay, yeah, let me not say nothing.
Yeah, why do you say this? And then you roll shit.
Renee
and
is on the case. Renee is on the case.
You better.
Come on, Corin. Sweet.
Okay, there you go.
Oh.
You look over the contents of the food, and for the most part, you like expect over your father. Immediately you hone in, going over to his dish, and then like it's expecting over the food, and at the moment nothing quite seems odd. It would probably been better with a medicine check, but again, to not dollar pile rolls and shit like that. you are not able to make any distinguishing. It all like color-wise, texture-wise, and everything. It looks very similar to what your mother and you ate, and neither of you are undercoming any effects of anything. But as you are kind of like still expecting over the food, you see like your mother like has turned to a sister son, and it's just like, oh, what's wrong with him? He just collapsed out of nowhere, or I don't know what's wrong. And and sister Sutton is just kind of and she's just like, I'm not quite sure what happened, and he seems to be in some duress right now. Is it quite possible you? I believe before I became employed here, you mentioned that his brother had a weak heart, and as you kind of like hear that, your attention is kind of like drawn back to this portrait in the dining room. This older man who looks like he looks like around the same age as your father, perhaps a little younger, and quite similar. But he seems to have a full head of hair. But a neatly trimmed beard, and same brown eyes, and just this kind of like pleasant smile, and just like oil painting, and you know this to be your uncle Marius, who had who had passed before you were born. You know him to have been the older brother who was almost similar to your situation. He was Marius was to inherit everything, but because of his early death, due to, from what you know, having a bad heart, the burden of responsibility fell onto your father, the second child. And as you kind of like remember that moment, as your mother, you can see she looked quite concerned, and she's just like, Marius died. He died around the same age, and they all attention is on your father as more servants kind of like rush in to like get him onto like the little, what the hell are those little ambulance things called? Like the bed, the gurneys, to be ushering him away. And as they kind of put him on, you see Sister Sutton, like she grabs your mother's arm. She's just like, I will stay with him, and I will do what I can. But please, okay, you and the corner will stay out here, all right? Just give me time, and I will see what I can be done. And your mother, it seems like she's going to argue back, but she just kind of almost like remembers herself, and like her demeanor completely changes again. She goes back to that authority, very composed figure, and just like, yes, do what you need to do, and you will inform me in Corn afterwards. And Sister Sutton nods, and they begin whisking your father away, and there's just this moment of complete silence as you and your mother kind of like stand in this hallway in the dining room, and you the memory kind of shifts to remembering kind of like the weeks afterwards. Your father survived. Not gonna kill your dad like that yet. Anyway, though weakened from the effects, he was on bed rest for some time before finally getting some strength that, you know, he began to be able to pull himself around, and the memory kind of like ends in the near month that followed, and you remember the invitation arriving, the one inviting you to the Raven Tree estate. You remember being called to your parents' bedrooms as they kind of read the letter, and you remember them explaining that they had done some research and investigation to ensure the authenticity of the letter and that it was from Darius. And your father is still sick on bed, being kind of like, readying himself from like, I best get packing so that I can head over to the estate. And your mother immediately just like with one hand pushes him back down to bed. It's just like, you are not going. You are injured. You can barely stand. And
he would.
He would. and he like just kind of like huffs because he's trying to push against her, but that Goliath strength is no match at this moment. As he tries to kind of like, well, you obviously can't go. You have to deal with matters of the estate, so we can't send a simple representative over, so what are we to do? If Darius is truly back, we need to understand what happened. And
it's obvious. I'm going. You're both staying. It's the only reasonable thing to do at this time.
And as you speak up, both their eyes kind of like turn over to you, and then they look back at themselves and like share a glance. And
whenever you like full Dio pose.
I don't trust you with the responsibility.
Of course not.
I know. I'll be posing up like, hey, looks like you need me.
Oh God. Does that to make it better for them? Roll me a performance. Or
yeah, like, she's about to like be like, don't talk to your brother. Then my dad just fucking collapses in the hallway. You better stop talking shit.
Yeah, either persuasion.
You don't even like your brother. What are you talking about?
Persuasion or performance check. For
I'm gonna do persuasion.
Okay, go ahead.
I don't got anything in performance.
Oh God.
There's nothing going on over there.
There's nothing going on over there.
Ah! Oh well, I shot my shot.
I shot my shot.
Thing too.
There's no. You see your mother just sighs as you said this, and like, Gordon, you are still learning the ways and the responsibility. You are not expert enough to go and represent the entire Edgewater family to Lord Darius. And your father kind of like places a hand over your mother's from the bed and like, well, my darling, you were saying that she's the next heir, is right? And with Emerald's gone, we do need to send a proper representative of the Edgewater family to investigate. And she's older now. She's more mature. She's barely does as much drugs as she used to. So perhaps this will be a good, responsible task for her to show that she is up to it. Wouldn't you say, Corn? And he like gestures to you.
Exactly. I can handle this. We can still.
Wow.
Hey. I mean, I did get everything done. We didn't die. It's not my fault we got sucked into a portal. But I took that pretty well. Father, you can trust me.
Reasonable got high with her doppelganger at a party. Don't judge Cora and her actions.
Fuck a devil too.
Don't judge Cora and her actions. Anyway, this is a past Cora. Anyway, that was future Cora. Okay, this is past Cora. Your father gives you a gentle smile from that, and she's like, I know, darling, and I know you will do everything you can, and that's why I think that you would do quite well to go forth and figure out exactly what's going on there. Now, and if I'm going to be stuck in this bed, then Lakshina insists that Corrin be going in our stead. And now I'm gonna roll a persuasion for him.
Oh, God. Do I get like advantage since my dad clearly likes me?
Oh, he's persuading your mom. What are you talking about?
Yeah, we're still trying to work my mom over again.
Yeah, that's the problem. This is a dictator you gotta work. Let's see. All right.
Oh God. Okay.
Let's see.
Persuasion.
Oh, so close. Why did I come under?
Don't be rolling no damn nat 20s or nothing. Just
No.
give me some grace, would you?
Oh, it wasn't for you. You were supposed to roll. It was him. Don't worry. He rolled us. He got higher than you with an 18. Jesus. This is you were not helping at all. As you see, your mother gives like a very reluctant sigh and it's just like, if we allow Corn to go there, you are to remain and ever the most regal, amazing image of the Edward family. You will present to Lord Darius our offer to buy the estate, and you will make sure to keep in contact with us, all right?
Yes, Mother.
I am still very hesitant, but as we are limited options right now, I do believe that you have done enough training and have showed enough responsibility to be able to take this on. Why did I go Russian at the end? Dear Lord.
In time, Mother, you'll know you've made the right choice.
I hope so. Well then, go to your room, begin packing. You will leave before the end of the fortnight.
Okay. So my cape is gonna like flow behind me like super elegantly. It's like I switch away.
Love it.
Yeah.
It was a mistake. Lingers in the air.
It was a mistake.
My exits are always awesome. My entrances, not so much.
Your persuasion, meh.
You said you had nothing on performance.
I have nothing in performance, but I'm great at persuasion. We'll see what happens. I'm probably gonna trip on my way out the door.
It's probably not even flowing behind you. It's like stuck on your foot or something.
Oh God! Don't trip. That just ruins this even worse.
Look, I don't want to give my father another heart attack. Okay, let me just leave without falling on anything.
As you walk off, the memory slowly fading from you.
Okay, we can skip. Sorry.
No. Where's your playlist?
Poor parents. Poor parents have no faith.
What playlist? I don't have place. It never existed, you know? We're sorry.
We're sorry.
I'm not even here. I'm just the voices in your head.
Go towards the last individual that stepped through the portal.
I fucking hate this place.
Saria, your
Traumatized, yes, I know.
yes, that as well. Your let me select this real quick.
You say you were like 3 times already.
Because I'm also doing something else at the other side. Anyway, your vision begins with you stepping through the grand entrance to the Sun Palace. And you are immediately struck by this like eerie stillness that just hangs in the air. You can see that the once vibrant courtyard that used to be bathed in perpetual sunlight just now lies in this, shrouded in this darkness, devoid of its usual warmth and radiance. As you finally look up into the sky and you see that the sun isn't out, and neither is the moon. There's just a dark sky that hangs in the air, and this.
I'm buzzing the umbra right now.
And then there's just this gloom that's settled over your elven home with like a heavy blanket. As you like cautiously step through, you notice that the streets are completely deserted. There's not a sound of individuals speaking, no sounds of life that you are quite familiar with. And the sense of foreboding began to like grip at your heart. And you can't help but shake the feeling that you're being watched.
You are.
You're ruining. But suddenly, there we go. There we go. I remembered. But suddenly, a faint sound kind of like breaks through the silence, as you can hear the soft scuffling of footsteps like echoing through the empty streets. And as your pulse begins to like quicken for a moment, your senses now going on high alert. You round the corner that goes further into the palace itself, and there you see your father, Zelfar. This, I brought him in. You're welcome. Her daddy's hot, right? Anyway.
Oh God.
I don't know about that, but he definitely got that look of fucking disappointment.
Wow, you stayed in your corner. Anyway, you see he is like kind of like staggering out from the grand entrance. His golden armor now tattered and bloodied, and his face is contorted in pain. Am I wrong though? Always wrong. And you can just feel like your heart like lunges at the sight as you your feet just immediately goes to rush over to his side to help him stand, and his golden eyes just usually holding this like cold look, but such wisdom, is just now looking at you in anguish as he locks onto you, and he's just like, do I remember what he sounds like? Today is the day of I don't remember shit.
Today is the day.
That's the title of this episode. Tamari doesn't remember any of the voices. Get out. And Kaziel, you must run. And he's like, you can see he's like struggling to stand up, and he kind of begins to collapse more onto you. His weight now bring you down. I need you to roll me a safe strength throw to see if you can keep him up. Okay.
Strength saving throw.
On your own, because you're on this.
Strength saving throw, right?
Mm-hmm. You're so
Fuck you.
Oh wow. With
the miraculous strength that always comes.
See, I told you that was the one that was supposed to be for you to save against being tossed into the portal, but you didn't use it anyway. But as he collapses on you, just kind of like you lunge for it to keep him up, using the strength and just determination of trying to protect your father in this moment. You're able to keep him his arm over your shoulder and keep him up enough as he seems to have like kind of passed out from some of the pain. And as you are like expecting his wounds, you see like this wound that seems akin to like as if he was shot several times with arrows or something akin to the nature. As you try to keep him safe, what are you doing?
Is he passed out?
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna look around to see what happened.
All right.
Like, what was he running or walking away from?
Roll me perception.
Perception.
Right, still not bad. What the fuck? You glanced around, and in your immediate vicinity, you are not noticing anything. Again, the streets are just eerily silent, and there seems to be not a life in any vicinity. But as you kind of like adjust your attention more towards the direction he came from, you can see a dark figure begins kind of like emerging from the shadows that are now surrounding the palace itself. Its figure is clawed and menacing, like black armor that seems to drink in any light that gets near it. And you can feel your blood running cold as your senses are all just screaming at you that you are in danger and that you need to get away. And the figure steps closer, and you can hear the steps getting near. And finally, as it kind of steps out from the shadows, you feel your eyes widen, kind of like in disbelief, and you can feel your heart kind of sinking into the pit of your stomach as you immediately recognize the figure. And yet your mind is like struggling to accept the reality before you. And as you are kind of in this position between protecting and keeping your father safe and this imposing figure stepping forward, you could see his eyes turns to meet yours. Where is it? The once completely amethyst eyes that you had begun to care for now changed as you can look into the left one, and it is just as bright emerald green. The hair now shortened, cut to near neck length, and he looks at you with just this completely cold, almost unrecognizable expression. And you say that, and there is no immediate response, no warmth, and their eyes just this emptiness that just mirrored the desolate landscape that surrounds you as he took another step forward. What are you doing?
Ask him, Vex, what happened? Why are you here? What did you do?
You say that, and the figure like stops before you, just still looking down directly into your eyes. And he finally begins to speak, his voice now even colder than what you've remembered in the past. He's like, "I'm sorry, princess. It's just the way it has to be."
What does that mean?
It means
What has to be?
I need to deliver you. I have a job to do, and I have to do it.
Deliver me to who?
And as you question this, you see that he like raises his arm, his right hand, and you can see this wave of dark necrotic energy just begins to circle his entire arm, and he looks at it almost like he's he's curious before his eyes locks back onto you. And he just simply says, "To your father." And then you could just feel your muscles seizing in agony as every nerve in your body is just raised with pain. And you are like struggling to remain upright, and there's like it's almost like you're trying to scream in this moment as the pain is just coursing through you, but your voice is like trapped, just scuffled by the suffocating grip of this necrotic energy that is involving you. I need you to roll me which one was it? A wisdom saving throw.
Wisdom saving throw. Fuck.
The pain is beginning to get too much for you. You can feel your like tears are walling up and streaming down your cheeks as you are like trying to fight against the overwhelming tide of pain, but the world is beginning to spin and like get blurred around you, and your vision is growing even more dim as you are just looking straight up at the face of the man you begin to develop feelings for, perhaps a relationship with, and before you can question anything else, your vision fades to darkness. Yeah, I close that down.
Not the trauma I was expecting.
What do you mean? What is trauma? I was never trauma. And as you guys are just continuing to move through, oh my god, what the fuck is that? Through the space, your body still being tossed around and trying to find some escape through this almost seemingly forever existing space. What the hell am I hearing? You guys can see like there seems to be at the far end of the tunnel a reflection of light, and as you are being hurled closer and closer and closer to it, I need everyone to roll me, what was it, dexterity saving throws. All right, there's one.
That's not a great time.
All right, there's that. Okay.
Ooh.
No broken neck for me, please.
I do need you to roll one for Claude as well.
Oh, that's fair. I didn't
Yeah,
think of
just because
Claude, go.
it could be potentially damage.
The dexterity saving throw we're doing.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Also, don't mind Claude having actively a better dexterity than I do. Oh, sorry, better save than me. I should say.
Let's say
Mhm.
you got him doing most of the grunt work, so I mean that makes sense.
All right, as in this, as you guys are. This. What am I hearing? All right.
Saw my dad be a little bitch. Save your son. My father, nah.
No, you gotta stand with the family. La familia, bitch. Okay. As
Really,
you
I blame
go.
Brandon.
I think all our dads were bitches, because like mine had a heart attack. Like,
Wow!
Well, okay, that one's not fair.
As you
No,
Yo, you
I'm
call him a
just
bitch
saying,
'cause he had a
I'm
heart.
concerned, damn.
Yeah, that's rude as fuck. Wow.
I'm glad he survived. I'm just saying, like, that's one way to get out of the conversation.
You make that joke, but it literally happened to my dad to get out of something, so.
Oh
So
my
everybody
God.
saw their past, and I somehow saw my future.
You don't know, but anyway, where the fuck is my
Because you're special.
damage? Anyway, Maladark, Saria, and Claude. Okay.
We're
I
fucking
figured.
broken.
I
Yep.
figured Claude was gonna take some damage.
Yep.
I have emotional damage too.
8 damage.
Oh, that's not so bad.
And then I need everybody but Claude to roll me a Constitution saving throw as you're all suddenly thrust out from the portal one by one. Steve, you land first, and you manage to get yourself in a good position. Like you kind of cat land and manage to get away from the crowd as the Maladar kind of falls afterwards, landing face first into the ground.
Pile of bones.
Nah, it leaves. You guys are shot outwards.
Okay.
Jesus, Corin.
Oh my god, followed by Lars that manages to, like, he kind of skitters for a moment, but he keeps himself ready, and then Corin who stumbles a little bit, but she is able to keep her footing. But then as Saria kind of gets thrown out, you see she also is just kind of thrown out and rolls onto the ground.
The ladies are all gonna puke. The rest of us are fine.
Is it the ladies? Oh my god, yeah. And as Corin is gathering her footing, kind of impressing herself that I managed to land that landing, immediately she kind of lunges forward and begins throwing up onto the ground. Saria, from the floor, you are perhaps still affected by them.
Yeah, landing perfectly.
Still,
a lot of damage.
Yeah, still from the memories of what just had transpired, you kind of are unable to keep the food you have eaten down, and you immediately lunge for it. You guys are just throwing up. That's it. Okay. Thankfully, neither of you are forever injured. As the rest of you are kind of that bow raises for a moment, but you're able to push it down. Maldark, no sweat. You push this down. This is nothing. And you guys find yourself standing in this kind of serene, beautiful, vibrant area. This almost like this mist that's almost akin to clouds passing through over your head, passing by, and just this.
I still hear the other music.
That's why I had to redo it. That's why I had to refresh for me, because
I refresh already. I still hear it.
Yeah, because it's not playing, because it's not showing on my list. It's playing. That's what the fucking issue was.
Listen, I just hear fairy music.
Yeah, I had to relaunch my shit because the other music was still playing in the scene. I didn't know what the fuck. And I think it's because there is an update pending, but I can't do an update while in the middle of doing a session because that'll break too much shit. It might be a cause of a full leave and then come back. Possibly. But
you continue your story.
Yes. But as you are kind of gathering yourself into the moment, Steve, you feel like you're home.
I'm home.
There's this sense of this familiarity within you, and surprisingly for you, Corin, as well, as you kind of after drawing up, unleashing the various contents of your stomach down, you kind of strain yourself back up forward, and you can feel your weapon, Dorothy, just radiating with energy that you never had before. And as you go to grab for your dart, you see that it begins to glow this beautiful, vibrant green as the form changes to extend to this long leaf, this beautiful spear now in your hand. The pole, this wood very akin to an oak tree, as the spear is made from this almost metal hilt, but it just, in the reflection, it just has its green glow. and you can just feel the soft, radiating nature coming from your weapon. And with that, your transference to your spear is complete. You have a spear now, with the sacrifices that you made to obtain it.
Nice. I have no regrets.
No regrets.
No regrets.
Proper monk weapon. Don't fuck up this time. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
That was an option.
Not for you.
Not for you. You're all fine. She just didn't realize that monks have, for some of their abilities, have special. They need a particular weapon type to do it. So she still paid the price. She sacrificed some points and abilities, but she got it.
Yay!
Is your ding now fixed, Kozu?
Nope.
Damn, really? I have no idea. Yes, again, the music sound and nothing's there, but yeah, as you kind of are like thrown out into this area, you're kind of prone right now. You need to stand up from the ground as you were tossed literally onto the ground from the.
I'm sitting on the ground right now.
Okay, you're just standing there. Okay, but
just kneeling on the ground and I'm like.
As Corn's still standing inside the puddle itself, and as you kind of like take in the surroundings, you see that, like kind of like under this, what is it, red maple tree is this small shrine that, like, almost akin to the one you have seen in the other version of the manor, is just radiating with ancient power that feels far older than the estate, older than magic itself. In the center of fountain, a humanoid figure stands upon a gray stone plinth, and a head adorned with a dangerous looking helm and dark wings extending from its back. And in his hands, it grabs a sharp scythe, and its gemmed eyes glow with purple light. And at the base of the statue is a pearl of water that reflects a completely empty sky, devoid of clouds and stars and everything. And the altar itself is, you see, like there's like flowers, small flowers growing around that seem almost like sickly and pale, and a almost strange sensation of sickness hangs in the air. And I believe you guys can all roll me either Arcana or History check, or help someone else if that's what you so choose. All right, Loris.
Hey.
Okay. History for you. History. Arcana. There we go. What's that? Are y'all Steve and you?
Yeah.
Oh,
Arcana or
I see,
history?
I see. Yeah, I see. Kozu's loading back in.
All right, Steve, you got this big brain. Big brain.
I was going Arcana instead of history. I only have a +1 to either of them.
Big brain.
Okay. All of you roll fairly well. Let me just distinguish history. We're gonna do the history first, which is Maladark and Whalers. You guys are seeing that this is a you guys can get the understanding this is a vestige of some ancient shadow being. Like the bears hints of which only survive now, and tales that seem to be meant to frighten children. You kind of, as you were trying to remember this being, you know that he does not have a name that mortals have recorded, and perhaps he never had a name to begin with, but he is spoken in like some of the oldest tales known to beings of just dark entity that is night and darkness and death itself. And for the rest of you who did Arcana, still able to understand that whatever the statue and like pool are, they are channeling an immense amount of shadow magic into the area that is just seem to be just enough to suppress enough of Alderaan's presence and power just locally to this area. But as all of you are kind of like stepping forward to, let me do this. I don't know which one of you are which one it is, but you're annoying the shit out of me. There, I'm just gonna turn that down slightly a little bit more. But as you guys are all there, you are able to see that there is some kind of similar to the other one. There is some writing onto the base of the statue. None of you understand it.
It's probably in some demon language.
Mm-hmm.
Abyssal or demonic.
I will say for you, Waylaris, the script of it is very similar to Infernal.
Oh, it's stupid Abyssal. Stupid fucking demons.
Well, I'm feeling great since I'm back home. Who's ready to go check out the manor?
Do I shoot him now or give him a chance to enjoy this first? Joking. 100% by the way.
Yeah.
He said it out loud. Steve's suspicious of him now.
No, me, the player, was making the joke.
You didn't specify.
Calm down.
We all heard it. We all heard it.
I specified
Yeah,
at the
we
end.
heard it. At the end.
But yeah, what do you guys want to do?
I mean, he's not wrong that we should check the manor.
Who do you suppose is staying in Timnus' shack? Because we're going to have to pass it on the way to the manor anyways, and I just want to make sure that whoever's there really lives up to the Timnus name.
Wow.
I mean, assuming the shack's even there.
Well, so far... Correct me if I'm wrong, but we argued about this before, and technically they're all the same layout. Because I remember it was that fucking drawing room, I swear to God. I remember.
That's fair, but here's the better question. How do we get out of the maze? Does anyone remember that?
Mama Tantam, hi Cal, how are you, sweetie?
Got a pretty good idea.
One map direction.
Well,
wait.
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 I have a pretty idea. Did you immediately find a dead end?
Oh, good. Okay. It's this way. It was the tree. I couldn't see. I was like, wait a minute. I thought that was the path.
Okay.
There, but it was just the immediate...
The immediate dead end?
Yeah. Follow me.
What could hurt? We'll find our way out.
Okay.
We just have to keep going left, right, guys? Let's go down left. I don't think we went up and then down.
This is not at all the maze layout.
Okay, I think we go... I think we go down.
Maybe it's because it's so round now. I hate this a lot.
I think we go down from here.
Oh, God. No, this is disgusting. I hate how this looks.
Wait, this isn't... Wait.
Look at the curves and edges.
Wait, this isn't right.
Mm-hmm.
Keep going, Steve.
I lost them. I don't even know where they're at.
This way.
I got lost.
I got a good feeling. I got a good feeling. We go down here. Okay, I found it! I found it!
Uh-huh.
I mean, I didn't find it, but I found the giant statue that's next to the greenhouse.
Corin, how do you lost us? I was right in front of you.
Did you guys lose Cord?
Guys!
Oh God, hold on. Let me find out where she is.
Don't worry, I'm not like.
Did we lose our giant again?
All right.
Well, I found a new giant.
All right, real quick. Let me go back over to her. Corin, how you doing?
Not straightforward and help me.
I was right in front of you and you didn't follow?
I will give you an inch, but as they didn't check behind you, there you go. Okay, you're on your own from here. Let's see how much you remember. This will be entertaining.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Let's see. First of all, where am I at?
Oh,
Oh, there I am.
Yep.
Okay, cool.
All right, let's see. There you go. Okay. There you go.
Yeah. Okay. Down here.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
There's only one road there. What are you confused about?
Well,
There's only
no-
one way down.
Oh, don't worry. She got this. She got memories.
It's not that. It's like my mouse
Mhm.
broke.
Oh
I'm
no.
just using like
You can use
It's
WASD.
I'm using like those hand mounts, like the hand pad, and that shit is wild. Oh, man.
Demi, stop pointing. You ain't there. You left her behind. You were so interested to go behind. Let her go on her own
I
exploration.
wanted to know what happened to Timnus's cottage, but I went the wrong direction.
Yeah.
Well, considering there's a fine gentleman right here, I don't think we're gonna get far either way.
Corin got this.
Maybe that gentleman's a friend.
I believe in Corin.
Maybe that's the version of the armor, but in this realm.
That's not good
Alright.
though.
Maybe we're not in a spot we're not supposed to be. The armor's only attack if we try to go somewhere we're not supposed to be.
I mean, that's fair.
You still have
Just
a
saying.
spell?
Corin, as you step into that area, you can hear this enchanting voice coming from the other side of the hedges. It is
Oh no.
very alluring and seem to be ushering you to
God,
move forward.
Oh,
Would I
Yeah,
know what
what
it is?
You left. You don't know. I
Oh.
said Corin.
Give me a second. Hold on. Ah,
All right.
be right back.
Oh god.
Okay.
Well, all right.
Oh,
I'm
Corn
not
really
gonna
didn't come this way.
Yeah, y'all. She
No,
full on got
okay.
left behind.
don't look at my screen.
I'm looking at your screen.
It's how you're down the
Hey, why
top.
you
See
take
what
the
happens.
mouse?
The mouse.
Stack that, do the mouse.
Wow.
So I was like, nah, fuck this shit. He can deal with it.
Damn.
I was like, no, wait, hold on.
Wow.
Wait, what the fuck was that?
Oh, my goodness. Okay. That
Why
makes
did
more
you
sense.
put exhaustion on yourself?
I didn't mean to.
Oh god. Let me take that off. You crazy.
I'm not tired. I'm just lost. Huh, what's that?
Hey.
Hey!
As you begin to make your way down, you can see coming seemingly the voice coming from this area is this enchanting, beautiful, androgynous looking figure that sits by a pond of water.
Word.
And they are just singing. The area is
Remember, if you die, we can't revive you.
it's the small pond is hidden away in a secluded corner, and you see that there is various lily pads about it. The water is this deep green, and though it is clear enough to see the bottom, there is like this definite murkiness to it. And
Well, I don't have interest in the water. More like I have interest in that, like,
yeah.
person over there.
As you like step through to the figure, they have been singing up until they seem to have like noticed your presence, and then they stop and they turn to you, giving a little smile, and they're like, "Well, who are you? You're not from around here."
Honestly, I'm not sure if I'm from around here or not. I'm a bit lost. Have we made it to the Raven Tree Estate?
Raven Tree. Never heard of it.
That wasn't true. Well, I guess that's enough for all I need to know. You're familiar with this place, are you?
Well, I've been just resting around here for some times now, and it seems interesting. I like it. And as they kind of moves the ship a little bit more, you can just see like this beautiful, vibrant blue tail, like kind of like shifts and splash in the water underneath them. And my thing is not.
Have you happened to see a half orc? No.
There you go. But that's how they look, and I just can't pull it up right now.
I'm like trying really hard to resist how good they are since it keeps getting me into trouble. And like I'm like blatantly ignoring it by like looking up at the sky.
Very nice.
Because I'm like,
nice. Yes.
I'm like, I ain't gonna get lured in again. This seems like a trap. Like, I may not be a genius, but we just fell into a wormhole. I'm not telling them this. I'm just like, we just fell into a wormhole. I ain't trusting nothing.
Fair enough. You, they just kind of like laugh at you and like, no, I've never seen any orcs, and I've never seen whatever you are.
I'm a half. I'm Italian, half giant. Yeah. Well, I'm not looking for more like me. I'm more like I'm looking for my party. But if you say you haven't seen them, I will take your word for it.
Mm-hmm.
Can I tell if she's lying or they're lying? Can I tell if they're lying at all?
Roll me insight.
So... There we go.
All right.
Where's my insight? There it is.
Oh my god!
Oh.
They seem quite charming and easy to talk to.
All right, that sucks.
They just kind of tilt their head to you, and they're just like, "You're kind of cute. You have any like sparkly things or trinkets?"
Oh god.
Oh god, another one.
It's an insulin.
Sparkly things or trinkets?
Yeah.
Why do you ask?
Well, because I like to add it to my person, you know, decorate myself a little bit more. What do you think it'd look great with me?
I'm still not looking at them.
Is something wrong? You don't seem to be catching my eyes.
Yes, you see, every time somebody, you know, particularly beautiful seems to wander into my path, terrible things seems to happen.
Oh,
so I'm just trying.
So you find me beautiful?
Listen here now. I wouldn't go fishing for compliments. It's not seemly. But I will say I am going to find my party and I will bring them here. And then, you know, who knows? They may have more shiny trinkets than they know what to do with.
Well, I do enjoy meeting new people. The people here, they can be a little bit dull and the gossip is drying up, but if you like to come hang back, you can.
What kind of people?
I don't know. Who do you want to know about?
Who else is in this? Is this a maze? What is this place?
Well, there's the sprites. I think they're at the other end of the maze. There's Dorn and Thistles. They're pretty good boys. They're great fun, though they're not the brightest. I think over in the Matter, there's supposed to be Woodfellow. I personally haven't had a chance to meet him yet, but the steward of the manor speaks highly of him, so he should be nice.
Okay, fair enough.
And then there's that pretty elf boy from the immortal realm. He's pretty sweet, kind of crazy, but he has a pretty face.
Oh god.
You mean Vax?
Who?
Vaxilis?
No.
Ring anything?
No, I'm talking about
Back is
us.
half elf. What are you talking? Us!
I mean, I am just saying, us is pretty hot. Let's be real here.
Oh, okay.
That's most of the people I've met.
Well,
so,
okay.
If you see Saedia, just give her just let her know you're a friend of mine, because you know she's my bestie. She's my friend, my chum, and I've known her for years, and I absolutely love her. And she's really great, and she'll have all the best gossip and news around.
Hey, real quick, what is her name and what is your name?
Her name is Saedia. And I turned that shit off. Wait, how does she know us? I was grabbing a drink. You don't know. But they turn and they say, my name is Herneva.
Okay, cool. Awesome.
Obviously, I'm a mermaid.
Still not looking at oh, awesome. That's wonderful. This is kind of a small area. I imagine that must be a very deep pool. If that's where you live.
That's why it gets boring over here, and I like to meet new people so that we can talk and gossip and get to know each other.
Wonderful. Okay, I'm going to find more people for you to gossip with.
All right,
I feel like that'll work. Okay, awesome. Lovely meeting you. Ha, I'm gonna go.
You didn't tell me your name.
You're right. I didn't. The less you know, the better. I'm sort of a person of intrigue at the moment. So actually, tell no one you've seen me.
You're kind of weird. I like it.
Oh, that's wonderful. Anyway, I'm not looking at you. I will be back.
You, before they can respond, or began to run your way out. Okay. What are the rest of you doing as you wait for Corin, as you realize that you came to end that? She is nowhere near you.
Hi, what's your name?
Seems to have gotten lost. My bad.
Damn.
I assume we're chatting with whatever that large creature is in the corner, unless it's not chatting with us.
Oh, you're talking to him? Because you're not by him. You're talking over there. Talking from across the hall.
I don't want to approach him. Maybe he's not friendly.
No one's friendly.
Shout out from across the clearing. Hi, what's your name?
Nice.
I would know that glowing hair anywhere. Hey!
But as... Stop being a witch.
You wouldn't believe what I found.
But, dear lord, what is this? As you guys kind of like step forward into the center, outer center of this maze, you can see the centerpiece of the yard is a giant two-tiered fountain with a robed winged figure in the center, and you can see that along the path is this well maintained, just beautiful tile, and off to the side you can kind of like just see, like overhead you can see the remnants of the greenhouse in the distance. But as you kind of like step forward and say, hi, what's your name? Off into the distance, the figure like kind of like takes a moment to stand and looks over you like, what? Who in the bloody hells are you?
I do believe I asked first.
Immediately grabs his weapon and ready to say, you're on private property. Who you be?
All right, do one of you want to take this? Because I don't think he likes talking to me.
I'm royalty. Does that matter?
Hello there, sir. I apologize for trespassing, but we are quite lost.
Technically, we have an invitation to be here. I'm just pointing out, because this is still the same estate.
Thief. Would you mind telling us where we are and the direction to exit, so that we don't trespass any longer?
You be at the manor, and I don't know any of you folks, so I didn't hear anything about any invitations coming about.
Which manor would that be?
Can one of us take out our invitations and like
the manor? He like gestures to the house, and from this kind of like distance, you can see that it is
it does not look in great shape.
Yeah, it is quite similar, if not like near identical to what the manor you have the various manors at this point you've been through before, but it is obviously it's far withered, and there seems to be like a symbol. What is it? Not symbols. Goddamn, what's the word? Fuck. English. Signs. No, signs of like destruction and like some ruins having affect the place. That you can see like it looks like some areas from here you can see like from the roof like some type of collapsation has happened, and the creature is just like noticing you, which you can fairly recognize quickly. This is a hobgoblin.
May I ask who the owner of the mansion is? Manor.
The current master or mistress of the manor.
There's no master or mistress. The manor is just the manor. What weirdness are you speaking?
I apologize, sir. We are not from here. That's
Clearly.
kind of lost.
Why is that one standing inside the fountain? And he points to Maladark.
He needs a bath. He really stinks.
He was dropped as a child.
Dropped as a child, dropped yesterday. Fall down.
His mental state right now does not represent us as a whole party. I do apologize for his behavior and the potty mouth of my other companion back there. But
Me?
pay them no mind. We're just lost and are trying to find our way out of here. Is there anybody we can talk to? Perhaps help us with our situation?
All right, now roll me a persuasion check.
I would like to gauge his reaction to the question.
You may roll me an insight check.
Follow up on our insight check.
All right, we can also roll an insight.
Okay.
Ooh, dirty 20.
Nice.
Okay.
Let's go.
All right.
I'm all up in this man's mind, like boggling it.
As Sarah expresses her words, you see that he looks quite puzzled, very much confused at your presence being here and everything. You can kind of sense that he seems to be somewhat in alert mode, but not quite going towards hostile. Like the weapon is like in his hand, so like you can see like it's what is this? A glaive. I think that's what it is. And he's like put it now, like to put it in front of himself, like to prepare himself should an attack happen. He is prepared, but for the most part, he just seems more confused than anything, as he's like his gaze just rakes across all of you. But despite your nice words, sorry, he just kind of like just shakes his head, and he's just like, no, right. Y'all gonna have to come before the stewardess. She'll have a good look at it and tell us if you're on the up and up or not.
That sounds like somebody in charge. That's perfect. Let's go.
We don't want to cause any trouble, so we'll come with you peacefully.
You shouldn't just break into people's houses. It's quite rude, you know.
It is quite rude.
We were invited. I'm just saying that again.
Well, you aren't invited here.
Message to Steve. Shut the fuck up.
He's accusing us of breaking in. I will message it back to you since I have that on my weapon. He's accusing us of breaking in here. We didn't break into here.
The spell
I'm
message
just making sure he
itself will
knows.
help you deliver the message to me. It goes both ways for message spells.
Sorry.
Oh. Well, I also have it on my sword to speak to people's mind anyways.
Yeah, yours is just telepathic. You can speak, but yeah. But
They
anyway.
can't respond. Yeah.
But are you following?
Yeah.
I follow.
All right. Well, I'm about to say, because only one person followed. Y'all not paying attention.
I went to go look at my sword to remember who it was that said that. You moved so fast. See? It is the normal guards here. I knew it.
Oh my
No,
God.
no, you see
There's
that
4
these-
more of them.
I
There are
apologize
hobgoblins.
for
They're
my
all hobgoblins.
That was not out loud. Wait.
As you like kind of like step in the area, you see the others like Many of them look like confused, and they all like kind of also look like defensive as you come through, grabbing themselves. And the one kind of like towards the end over by Steve, this one over here that's not wearing a helmet, kind of like regards the man who escorting you and like, Alderaan, who the fuck are these? And the guard now kind of like explained to be Alderaan and kind of like expresses like, I don't know. They just came here. He keeps talking about how they have some invitations, but I didn't hear anything about invitation. Do you hear anything about invitation? And everyone's like, I didn't hear anything about invitation. Did you? And they kind of like go across to one another. All of them shaking their heads.
Stewardess will obviously know the truth behind the invitation, so we should just proceed to go talk to her. She must know about the invitation.
I bow and like I apologize again for the situation, but we would like to talk to the stewardess to clear some things up, as we do not want to intrude you any more than we have.
Yeah, she didn't tell us of anybody coming through. This is quite rude, kind of rude. Like, we have procedures to follow, patrols to do. It'd be great. What if we accidentally shot you?
This is absolutely something you should address directly with her. She needs to understand that security comes first.
Well, we'll get to telling her, but you have a very punchable face.
I agree. Oh my god.
I'll be keeping my eye on you as you like begin.
I'll keep an eye on him too.
What did I even do? I don't understand.
Might want to try to keep them all shut.
Alright, let's see who is here. There. As you guys walk up to the steps of the manor, still followed behind by the one guard. But the rest seem to, like, at the very least, like, kind of part way and don't seem to be, immediately assaulting you. As you guys step through to the next stage. Alright.
Alright.
Oh god, his friends disappeared.
Wait, who did I? That was wrong. Put this on. That on. There you go.
It's familiar.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
There's a fucking centaur. Corin, there's something for you to ride.
You guys step up onto the veranda, the sold patio that's creaked aboard, but clean of the breeze, and you step forward, and Corin and Sorry are the first to step forward, and yes, immediately you take sight of these two large, imposing, yes, centaur figures, and
I can understand.
Like the first thing that kind of comes into place in this like kind of L-shaped lounge that you guys are familiar with, but now again it's a fairly different. There's still several walls that are like featuring like the full length bookshelves that seem to be holding some books.
Hey, Melodar, check it out. There's another musician.
And a similar carpet that is running along the main length of the room, and as well as like a small like chaise accompanied with like small tables arranged to watch a small stage with a piano and a standing harp, ready for like any entrepreneur performances. And then on a corner is just this little messy bar stacked with an impressive selection of drinks. You see immediately like 2 giant kegs on stands and enough seating for about 8 people, and this like little goblin man that is manning the bar. And as you guys like step through, where the hell?
Wait, Lars is still outside.
Lars is still at the doorway, still concerned.
I'd like to point out that the doorway is being blocked by a centaur as well as Steve and Zari. So,
Wow, you calling him fat? Rude.
No.
I know, right?
Look at those fucking
Definitely
abs.
not.
Okay, there you go. As you guys immediately stand through, it's almost like entering a saloon in an old western. Like immediately, like does the atmosphere in the room kind of drops as everyone kind of like turns to look towards you guys.
This is not what I was expecting.
So how big are they?
They are. The man is closer to 13 feet, and the woman is about 11.
You could actually write him at that.
I know. I'm thinking about it.
Roll me insight check, Corin.
The man is digging you.
Oh God.
Fair enough. They're both eyeing.
Wait.
They're both eyeing you.
Oh no!
I'm into it. I'm a wave.
As like everybody kind of like moments.
Like like one of those cute, like, hey, I see you.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Let me pull on the better music for this scene.
Yeah, set the tone for me, would you?
Oh no.
There you go.
Let me work my Corin magic.
Yep.
Okay.
Is that the one I wanted? I think this is the one. I'm gonna try this one. I need something a little bit more up to beat. I'll do it. There we go. As step forward, what are you guys doing? Everyone kind of like turns. There does appear to be this.
Here, you take it.
It seems to be like a little bard on the table. He's singing some illustrious tune, and quite another large kind of figure sitting down on one of the lounge chairs.
May I ask where the stewardess is?
Which one are you asking? Huh?
Just asking, like in the open.
You'd think the hobgoblin would have finished his job, but nah, he just kind of fucked up.
No. He's there. It's just the door is closed on him.
Yeah.
So
He's there. Right.
I mean, I'm still following him by that logic.
All right.
So do we have a minute to take our load off here, or are you really insistent
No.
that we gotta be... Okay.
Please, I would like to go
Wrong way. I
see
went.
the stewardess.
All right, let's go. And he like kind of like very excuse me, and like kind of like tries to shimmer past the vast, large centaurs that takes up this entire space. What are the rest of you doing?
You're just such beautiful creatures. Let me just squeeze by here. Thank you.
Yeah,
Okay,
excuse
thank
me,
you.
pardon me.
Yeah. What are the rest of you doing?
Such fine specimen
Following
of your
him.
race.
Excuse me, I will be back. Do like a short little bow.
Give a little bow. Okay. All right.
Like royalty type. Like,
Gotcha.
head nod.
Maldark, you're being left behind.
Oh, give him 2 seconds.
That's fine. Just wanted to make sure before we have a repeat, and then I'll be crying. Okay. Anyway, assuming you guys are
We're looking for the stewardess, yeah?
I'm following.
yeah, assuming you guys are following behind you, dear Lord, you step into this. As you are remembering from the previous versions of the manor you've been in, what would be the gallery, this beautiful space that is bathed in this warm light and like these kind of like bleazy curtains that like readily let the light in while keeping prying eyes outside from nothing more than what they should be allowed. Numerous cases are collected along the walls and lining the carpet, each filled with all manner of weird and wonderful items that you're not quite able to get too much of a look in as you're gonna be like getting pulled forward. And what was that? And perhaps the most striking as you are moving through, most striking feature of this room is this wall that is that has a towering yes a towering painting along that was that southeast wall, which is flanked by two beautiful statues of women, and it appears to be like reflecting a room, but at a darker time, like almost like the room at night. Yeah, but as you kind of like step forward, the guard, known as Duran, leading the way, he kind of like goes. And he gives like a little knock on the door, and he's like, Lady Saedia, we have some folks here that I believe you should be introduced to." And for a moment, there's a moment of pause as I'm gonna switch the sound again. And then there is the sound of door unlocking, and it opens, and before you stands this beautiful woman. She has this, bless you. She has this gorgeous brown skin that seems to be almost resembling to the texture of bark. Her hair is this long, flowing forest green, and in it seems like where normal hair will start, it is a mixture of like green leaves. And she's just
Dryad?
dressed. Yes, you're familiar. She is a dryad. As she like kind of opens the door, like a bit confused, and then immediately like her eyes rank over all of you, and it's just like, now this is quite unusual.
I don't suppose you're the one that invited us all here.
No. Pardon our intrusions, madam, but we would like to speak to you about some misunderstandings and situation.
You say that as Steve, you spoke, and her eyes like kind of like shifts over to you, and she steps forward a bit, like a look of recognize, whatever, you know the term, fixed on her features as she like steps, and she's like, "Oh, stiffness,
Oh God,
you're alive."
Do I know who she is?
Look at Steve.
And like she like fully, let me just move over you real quick. Fully steps forward and like envelops you and like a hug.
Do I recognize her? Do I know who she is?
No.
Wow, Steve.
No.
Yo.
Yeah. I will say for you, Corin, her visage is very akin to Cirilla.
I must apologize. I must apologize. My memory's not quite all there and hasn't been for many years. Do we know each other?
And, like she like releases her hug on you and pull back. And you see she's quite tall. She kind of like meets your height, probably a little taller, like it's about 6 foot. And she like gives you like another once over and takes in your parents. It's like,
Might you know one of my brothers?
You are not Ostivinus the First, are you?
I am, unfortunately not.
You are one of his. And he like takes a step back. into the room.
I am the 366th of his children.
You are quite down there.
The last of my line, you could say.
Yes, but please step in, and like she kind of like gestures for all of you guys to follow her in. And you see Duran is like, but if you're alright, then I guess I'll be leaving you. And she like waves them off, like, yes, they are fine. I will take them.
Thank you for your guidance. Apologies again for your troubles.
You guys still weird. He like goes.
We are.
You coming in, Bugman?
Not gonna lie, I had the picture up still, so I didn't see that we were going in the room. Haha.
But you see.
So you knew my father back in his time?
I did. Not directly, but with this I remember him. And like you see she like pulls up like this little pendulum in her hand, and it resembles a seed more than anything. But those of you can roll me a Arcana check to see if you, or Arcana or Nature, to see if you kind of understand what it is.
Shit, where did I put that?
It's the same for both.
It's the same for both.
7+ for both. So.
All right. All right.
Let's do nature.
You already did. And
Fitting.
You already rolled.
Wait.
Look. See?
No, I only rolled once.
No, it says twice. Yeah. Look.
Oh.
You fucked up.
For me, it only showed once, and it showed the D20.
You fucked up. You cheating harlot. Harleton!
Go refresh D&D Beyond, and maybe that's what it was.
But, Corin, are you rolling?
Yeah, let me roll.
Nature or Arcana? Anyway, ignoring that. Valaris, sorry, you are able to understand that what she's referencing is from what your studies and research have shown in the past is a elder appears to be an elder Dryad heart. It is typically, as the name suggests, it is like the heart of a, usually, what's the best word? Harvested from powerful, sometimes like very ancient faith forests. And it is said that for some dryads, they can use it to obtain the memories and knowledge of the ancient dryad it came from. So you see she like touches this like little pendulum seed, and she's like, I knew a stiffness in another life, but it has been some time. And this faith that I have now has not met his, or yours for that matter.
Well, then it's a pleasure to be acquainted with you. You will have to tell me the stories of in what life you knew him.
Well, you certainly know the history of your people. We are the originals, the foundings of life here in Alderaan.
Do I know this?
Steve doesn't even talk his mother tongue.
Wow, snitches. You can it would be at disadvantage because of your issues, but you can roll a history check.
History check at disadvantage. This is gonna not be good.
Good.
You know, not awful. Not awful.
Not awful.
It could have been worse.
It could have been worse. You kind of like try to rake your brain back, and you're getting like a couple things are coming to you. You can understand. You can remember vaguely that the Alderans were one of course, including your father of the Bloom Peaks, were the first of all Alderans, and Alderans were one of the first Fae creatures created, and not just not specifically here in Alderaan, but in all of time itself. You would understand that. With that, I'll give a little nice and be like you, but kind of like vaguely, kind of like remember like some history you were told that your family, along with many of the other Fae creatures, actually originated on the mortal realm, and it was not until time later, when time of darkness and destruction loomed over the mortal realm, did the Alderaan come into being as a sanctuary and safe haven for those of Fae ancestry to reside in and live. That's all you get with a 12.
That's a lot for 12.
Yes, I'm very courteous.
It's not so much that I don't know, it's more that my memories aren't quite all there, and my people did love to tell stories of their many adventures, but I would love to hear them from your other life.
I would be more than glad to share with you what I know and what I can remember from my previous life. But I must ask, how are you, quite frankly, alive? I was told that the Alderans, your entire court were wiped out.
A discussion maybe for a more private setting.
She just like gives a little.
Just kind of side eye the party.
She like kind of gives a a little nod of understanding. It's like, well, other than that, like, what are you doing here? Who? Forgive me for any rudeness. My name is Saedia, and I am the. Oh wait, am I pronouncing it right? No, Saedia. And I am the stewardess of this location, and you all are, and gestures to all of you.
I bow into money. My name is Saria Vaynor. I am from the Sun Palace.
Sun
of the
Palace.
Mortal Realm.
Ah, you have traveled. And gestures to you, Corn.
Hello there. I am Corn and father of the Merclos family. Lovely to meet you.
Very lovely to meet you as well. And goes to you, Maladark.
Why is Maladark upside down?
I don't know. I'm just ignoring this.
I was wondering the same thing.
Oh, because I was, because after Renee stole the mouse, I was trying to figure out how to zoom in and zoom out, and it kept rotating my character.
There you go. I'll fix you. But go ahead, introduce yourself.
Yes. I am Maladark the Mighty. You might have heard of me. I am the greatest bard and wizard in the realm.
Let me see. Let me roll for her. That was a nat 20. I have never heard of you. But a wizard, that would be most useful during times. And then turns to you lastly, Waylars.
Oh,
I should warn you that Bugman has to speak telepathically to you.
Of course, I'm familiar with the dry cream.
Perfect.
The what?
Dry cream.
She just called you by your race.
I apologize for the surprise in that. This is a cursed form put upon my family, not one that I was born into. I was
Curse.
not aware that this species had a name.
The Dryad are home to here Alderaan. This is no curse. It is a blessing from the All Mother.
Well, tell that to the demon. Tell that to the demonic or infernal contract. My brain is tired right now.
Infernal.
Tell that to the infernal contract that caused this. But if I am more than willing to allow this to be called a blessing.
You still didn't introduce yourself.
Oh, so sorry. I am Layaris Scarpello.
Interesting.
And to properly introduce myself, my name is Augustinus von Vixenheimer, the 366th of my name.
Yes, it's very good to meet all of you.
As for what we're doing here, that is a rather unique situation. We all received invitations to be here, but this is the third time we've been to this manor. The third manor that we've been to?
Invitations, you say? I don't believe we have sent out any invitations.
It's not from you. It's from Darius Carbonaris.
And roll me insight. Anyone would choose to.
Where's my thing?
Sure.
I'll take that natural 20 again.
I'll take the 19.
Looks like that natural 20 was just foreshadowing.
Foreshadowing. Alright. Alright.
Never been good with insight.
Yep. Let me do a thing. Let me see.
In too much distress for insights right now.
Too much distress for insight right now.
Perfect person for me to have perfect insight into.
Only people. So, other than Maladark and Saria, who are not quite able to catch it, you see that at the mention for Corin, Lars, and Steve, you're able to see at the mention of their name, her expression kind of like falters for a bit before quickly like shifting back into place. And
although, to be fair, we're not 100% sure that Darius is the one that invited us.
Yep. And she just kind of like...
Why are you telling everybody that we're invited here? We're freaking lost.
And she just kind of like is like, you all know Darius.
We do not know him.
Never met him.
By person, but we do know of him by name.
I see.
I'd like to make one minor correction to that. I did meet him as a child. I don't know if she knows Scarpello. I'm not going to give that information.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, nope, just met him as a child.
Okay. And she like takes a moment, like looks. You see, like she appears to be like inquisiting, analyzing. I guess the best word. All of you, and she takes a moment. She's like, and you were invited to the manor by him.
Well, we all received invitations that were written by him. Whether or not they actually came from him, who's to say?
Lord Darius is the Lord of the Mortal Realm, Evander, and we are all a representative from a certain family, and was invited over for dinner because after 20 years of disappearing, he reappeared again. And we were invited on the Mortal Realm to the manor at the Mortal Realm, but, well, we're here now.
It's been an adventure. I do want to make one small correction. He didn't reappear, really. The invitations were sent out, but I've never seen him. And I don't think any of us have recently.
Yeah, but that's why, like, that... reappearing doesn't mean the person has to be alive for it. It's just like the
you would
mention of the
assume that
name.
means that they're seen at some point. But anyways, moving on. And now we found ourselves here at this manor.
I see. That is quite interesting. I'm not sure what to make of the situation, as I myself has also never met Darius, and he is not here. I only know of him from conversations with his daughter, Alcius.
Is she here?
Never insight check. I don't know this bitch. She'll know you. Okay? You ain't your daddy.
Not as good as before.
Okay.
I don't know shit.
Yep. Oh, how the mighty have fallen. Okay.
Can I use one of my lucky dice to re-roll it?
If you like to, sure. Please use it now.
Yeah, use it now and never use
I
it.
know, but I always save it for when I really need it, and then we have going to bed, and I still got 3 used to it, and it's like, fuck, I should have used it in that conversation with the mom.
Go ahead.
Alright, lucky dice marked off. A little better.
Alright. Again,
Foreign.
I don't know. Anime, you alive? You're muted again if you have been talking. But that's all you get from me as I go back to my monitors and screens.
I'm alive.
Cool. Are you rolling the insight check as well? Are you good?
Sure, why not? Let me say, I'm a curious bear. I wasn't gonna, but now I am.
I wasn't gonna, but no.
Ha! This to happen more often would be good.
So like for everybody but Willaris, you're able to just get a brief understanding that this is Corin honestly kind of reminds you of your mother. This is a person that keeps themselves controlled and just has this like regal, like confidence, presence, this exuding power, and like some authority. And like at the mention of LCF, there is a look of, I guess what could be best described as sadness, honestly, for a moment, as she like kind of you can immediately again the mask is down for a moment before like shifting back in place, and she's like, LCF is not. We have lost her, and now she rests.
Human. And being here, it's been how many years since she arrived here? Hundreds?
Since LCF, it's
my
been
calculations were correct, it was 400.
It's been centuries, but time is ever changing and not concisive here in Alderaan, so it is hard to give an exact estimation, but it's been several centuries.
But you're alone.
But
When she arrived here, was she alone?
yes, she was, but unfortunately, it seemed that her spirit was not enough to survive the full effects here of Alderaan, despite how kind and courageous she was. But
Was the manor always here?
now that is a bit of a longer story that I apologize I am not able to go into complete detail with you with. I hope you understand you are all fairly new, and quite frankly I do not know any of you, and that includes you too, Ostivinus, as you are not the one
Well, I look forward to getting to know you.
But
What can you tell us of the situation here now? Are you guys trapped here?
there does seem to be an effect happening here in Alderaan that prevents us from leaving the premises of the manor. And she kind of like gestures kind of like around to like, again, these like this pink mist that keeps flying, that keeps floating above your head through. She's like, this mist, this revenance of clouds seems to have affected all of us, and we are unable to leave.
Well, then you're in luck.
You
I see.
you know how
But is
to
there a
reverse
way
the
to-
effects?
No, but that is exactly what we are here to do.
I thought you said you
I
came here by
know.
mistake and wound it here.
By accident,
have-
but
I may have an idea.
she's the smart one. She probably has an idea.
Well,
But is there a way out of to the mortal realm from here?
not that I know of. No, but to be honest, many of us are not looking for a way to the mortal realm. Alderaan is our home, and we simply wish, for many of us, just to return to our courts.
So nobody from here is from the mortal realm?
Outside of Elseus when she lived. No.
Did she know what was going on?
He seemed
Did she ever
equally
share that with you?
confused. Mentioned something of a explosion once. A dinner that turned bad, but
Did she mention what happened at that dinner in greater detail?
she probably did, but unfortunately not with me. She probably shared more details with Cardinals.
Are there any wizards around?
Wizards? No. Unfortunately, hence why I'm so happy to have him here. And she gestures to Maladark behind.
No wizards, no sorcerers, no warlocks.
Well, if you're looking for those with magic affinity, there I stand before you. But for wizards themselves, I do not know of any. At least none in present company.
Can we ask what year it is? Like, what time?
You can certainly try.
Remind me,
It-
from outside, the place looked a little rough in areas, right?
Correct. Was that it?
That was it.
Okay. Okay.
I wasn't sure how to phrase the other question I had, so I'm just sitting there stewing on it. I'll come up with it eventually.
Okay. But
Yeah, like,
but but in the meantime, you are all obviously free to stay here. We have guest quarters upstairs that I'm sure you can go and rest up in, or a bar to indulge yourself as that is the wish you wish. I only ask that for safety precautions that you all remain from entering the ballroom or the dining room. That area,
I've heard that before.
the area has been sainted off due to a unsightly presence taking place there.
Unsightly how?
I assure you, it's best that you do not know, and it's best if you stay far away.
What
I
if we
don't
get rid of
suppose
this
it's-
friendly presence?
All right, one at a time. You first, Maladark. Okay.
So, like, what if we help you get rid of this unsightly presence?
I can. This presence is far older and beyond means of, I feel, almost any creature here in Alderaan. So it's best if you stay away. And now for you, sorry, what were you saying?
I said, are there dead bodies in there?
Not since the last I've noticed, no. But that is
Do
a
you
weird
speak
question.
to you?
Who?
Do the whatever thing, the unsightly thing inside, does it speak?
There are certainly noises coming from there. But the rest of the manor is Please, feel free to roam.
Can I ask how long you've been here?
For me. Hmm. Now, time is, as I said, is so fickle and strange here. I am
You have to be more
approaching
specific, too.
my 500th year, but I suppose I've been here for a few centuries. I arrived after the Lady Elsia had arrived.
That was my next question.
Bless you. Bless you.
Bless
Bless
you.
you.
So, is everyone here that's taken up residence here trapped here as well?
Some are trapped. Some are just, well, let me rephrase that. Everyone's trapped. But there are those of us that are working to leave and return to our corpse, and those that are lazy that wish to stay and do nothing.
That does sound like people I know.
Ever since Alcius arrived, has he changed anything?
Not that I am familiar with. I believe that prior to her arrival, the manor was free to come and go. But afterwards, just seemed to be this miss had arrived, and now the current residents are trapped. This is all secondhand information that I have heard and been informed of, so I'm not quite sure what truth they have.
Is the library still a library?
The library, yes, it is. You should, if you are interested in any books, you can go see Woodfellow. He takes courtship over the library.
All right then.
But
I think the library will help.
other than that, apologies, I do not have much more for you.
Are there any areas of the house that might be too derelict to traverse or look into?
Well, other than the areas I've already pointed out, most of the manor is good and habitable. Though, you should stay out of the bathhouse and perhaps stay out of the attic.
The attic was where I was gonna ask about.
How about the main bedroom? The master bedroom?
The quarters. I don't believe Kyranos rested it. He spends most of his time out in the grove now, but those are his quarters.
Are you able to go to the grove?
Yes. You should have. You would have been able to go to from where you came from. Where did you all come from?
The statue.
Yeah. Long story.
Statue.
The statue in the middle of the maze.
With a sight on it.
You came from that darkness.
Are you not able to go out that far?
We can venture out, but
that she's talking about Umbra.
That place is dark. It is cursed. That is not part of the Alderaan.
We have been trapped there for a little bit.
You've been trapped inside the fountain.
Trapped inside another version of the manor, on the other side of the fountain.
We've seen different iterations of this place through
other version. You are.
We've seen a mortal version of this manor, and we've also seen one in the Umbra, and now here in my home realm. We believe there's a way to break this, I suppose, curse that keeps everyone trapped here. But we have yet to find that solution. But since we can seem to willingly traverse through the different manors, who better than us to find the way out? To free everyone from this.
You are saying that there are reflections of this manor that exist upon other realms?
Yes. What do you mean it's not a curse?
But yeah. There's a version of the matter in the mortal realm. There's a version of the matter in Umbra, and there's a version of the matter here, and each one of them are identical to each other. And then, so far, the most consistent thing is that the ballroom is something that we should be wary of, and the dining room, where the explosion happened.
That's just quite curious. I remember talks with Aziz mentioning that she had came from her home in the mortar realm to here, and her shock is in her unbelief that a manor identical to her home existed, but I wasn't quite sure if I believed it. And now you're saying that several of these manors exist.
If the manor was here before Alcius arrived,
You definitely
then
got the best version we've seen
Was
so
the manor
far.
here before Alcius arrived?
That's what I was trying to say. If the manor was here before Alcius arrived, that means Orion built 3 manors in each realm.
Or one of his descendants?
He must be richer than beyond all reason.
No, the manor was built by Orion.
The original, yes, but any of the others could have been added at any time.
Yeah.
Construction does happen through the ages, and they've gone through, like, what, 20 iterations of their family?
I'm not quite sure when the manor came precisely to being. The old lord of this court, the Unalia court, he spoke of the manor just arriving mysteriously in his territory one day, and it was empty, and as it was in his territory, he took up residence here, grew to like it, and stayed.
I have another question. Do you know Timnus?
I do. Have you seen him?
You know Timnus?
How do you know Timnus?
He's trapped.
Oh my god. Timnus is in Umbra. He was captured by Corin Covinaris.
He was token. He just one day vanished, and
Yes,
we
he was taken.
He's been imprisoned on the other realm. We were trying to figure out how to help him escape before we came over to here.
We were trying to figure out how to unbind him from Umbra, but the portal opened and Steve went in. So we had no other choice but to go into, leaving
It has
Timnus
been
behind.
many years since I have seen my home.
You're forgetting the promise that you made to him.
And I will go back and I will free him, just like we will free everyone in these manors.
I don't.
Not to mention you left him a small fortune.
It's okay, we got that squared away.
I am. He's. You say he's trapped on the Umbra, and that is where you come from.
Yes, and we urgently.
But that wasn't our original.
We urgently need to go back to the mortal realm so that I can undo this quote-unquote curse, because Timnus is not doing well.
Yes, I can
Wait,
imagine.
we need to go to the mortal realm to undo it?
Those of
you have
us
an idea
from
how to undo
Alderaan, we are made from the pure reflection of the Umbra. We are made of light, and the Umbra's darkness. Our existence are not made to exist there in that realm, as well as theirs to exist here. I can only think and imagine the agony and state
it is wearing down on him.
It will.
The last that we saw him, he was not doing so well. So does us, and I've not checked the.
You know us.
You know us.
The butler, he was in Umbra too.
That is impossible. Us is here.
Here?
You said that no other mortal realm beings are here.
That's what I mean. He is not there. He is. Us is here.
Can we
But
talk to him?
Us should come from the mortal realm.
And I apologize. I thought you said mortals, and elves are not entirely mortal.
I meant mortal realm. I said, is there any other mortal realm being here?
Just a small miscommunication. Could we speak to Usk?
Shouldn't. And she goes to the side and even hidden amongst the these vines and plants that surround her office, you can see she kind of reached a familiar servant's bell on the wall, and she kind of rings it. And then,
is there any other mortal realms being here?
other than us no.
Did us arrive here with Alceus?
I don't believe so. That's why I was confused.
So us was here before Alceus.
You will have to further gauge the understanding from him. And there's a moment. Why is this open? There we go. There's a moment of time before there's a knock on the door, to which she opens and steps through, and
Us!
Us, who without even giving immediately as the doors are open, goes into respectful butler mode and gets about, and he's like, "Lady Saedia, you've called for me. How can I be of assist?" And his words falter as he looks up at all of you.
Does he recognize us?
Insight check.
No. I know nothing.
Oh my god.
Someone be
Okay,
more
I was about to
insightful.
say, if you get a fucking
You gotta look at the hair, but damn.
I mean, it's
Wait, you said
the
insight?
same. It's literally the same photo. I updated all their
Yeah.
stuff. Yeah,
Oh, okay.
yeah. But yes, insight.
I think everyone rolled it, unless I'm wrong.
No,
Oh wait, no.
No,
Wow,
we
No,
we got-
card.
the one who questioned.
Amount.
Yeah,
My bribe was being a bitch.
I understand that. I'll slap it.
Ooh.
Well, it wasn't worth anything anyway.
Like us, it's your boy.
Is that what you say? He just looks. Yeah, it's even for those of you for bad, it looks surprised, but for Corin and sorry, he looks completely shook. There is obviously a look of recognition as he looks over. Lady Feanor?
You do know us!
Lady Edgewater. And your Lord Vixenheimer and Lord Scapello and
Us.
Lord
Wait.
Maludok. How
did you get here, Usk?
how
Us,
do
when
you
do you get
exist? This is not. Am I dreaming again? Is this?
I'm
When
gonna
did you
fucking
get
dream?
here, Usk?
pinch his cheeks. Us, focus.
I'm sorry.
How long has it been since you last saw us?
I don't. I remember dreaming that the last I saw was when I was giving you and a young master Vaxilius breakfast, but that was a dream. That couldn't be real.
Wait, how did you get here then?
I have existed here since the dinner, and
You've existed with us in the Umbra Plain as long as we've been there.
Wait, you dreamt about this? You've never met us in person.
This is no. I remember the dreams and of helping you, and I remember you all helping me with the creatures, those specters that were in my room and around the manor, and making tea for Lady Edgewater. But those were dreams. Those are. It wasn't
Usk,
real.
those weren't dreams. They were very real to us.
So you've only seen us in your dream. You've never met us in person, is what you're saying.
I don't. I mean, the dreams were always so vivid that I felt as if they were real when I woke up, but I would always awaken here and just have to, and just convince myself that they just had to be dreams, but
Do you remember meeting us at the mortal realm in the ruins, telling us that we have to go to the grove because there's something in there to help?
Yes, I remember communicating through the Ouija board and telling you of it, and then I remember when we conversed back on the other manor, you questioned me about this too, and I'm not.
But were both of those dreams?
But there were dreams. Every night I would wake up and I would be here, and
Cruel shit.
and I
Usk, I believe you're dreaming of a split part of yourself on the Umber realm.
I've felt as if my head has been splitting, and I've thought I was just going
How long
mad.
Have you been here, Us? Have you been here since the first time the manor appeared?
I've been here for too long. There was a giant explosion and everything went white, and when I opened my eyes, I was here, and Lady Elsief was here, and I just thought we were trapped, and we looked for ways home.
When you came
and
here with Alcius.
She was here when I awoke, and yes. The dreams, they have been so vivid, and
The dreams are real, Us. We've met in person before.
I remember you. I remember speaking to you. I remember your kindness, but it's as if I'm remembering a life that doesn't quite belong to me. I don't understand.
It seems that whatever the explosion did somehow split you into three and bound you to the mansions.
I forgive me, and he you see he kind of goes over to the chair and takes a seat. A
pet there.
And you see,
Have you ever heard of something like this happening?
and you see Saedia kind of goes over there and he's just so that's what they say is true. You know them? And he just, yes, Lady Saedia, I've seen them in my dreams, but it is. I'm not quite sure how to explain it. And you asked him what?
I was asking her if she's ever seen something like this before.
No, I've never heard of anything like this. I'm not quite sure.
Would I? Should I roll for Arcana?
You roll me Arcana. To try to see if you can understand it.
That's rude. It was gonna roll on the 14.
Unfortunately, you're not quite able to ascertain the nature of this.
Astra here.
It seems to be some connection, obviously, to the explosion and things, but nothing in your research that you discovered.
I wonder if, since you were split when the explosion happened, by all accounts, that if we managed to free the manor, if that would also... what that would do to you,
Yeah, no,
actually.
should I ever court... I'm unsure.
It's a lot to take in.
It's quite... I remember seeing you and I inquired with your young Master Vaxilis on your whereabouts when he returned, but he said you had all gone. I remember. This is
How
quite.
was he
I
when you first spoke to him about us disappearing?
Dismissive as always. He seemed to be quite upset. He
That
just came storming through the manor, and I managed to catch sight of him and asked about your whereabouts, and he had mentioned that. That's when he said you were gone, and before I can question further, he went back to his room.
did he tell Tim this?
Tim, I don't remember that. I don't think. I don't. Perhaps he has. Timness hasn't inquired to me, the other me, yet. I'm not.
The other you
I'm
also
gonna look
dreams
him
of
in
you.
the eye. Okay, us. I know you
How
can
long
see
ago
me
was this?
on the other dream. I need you to ask Timness if Vax told Timness what I told him to tell Timness.
You want me to go to sleep? Go into my.
No, not right now. But your other parts would think of, when he
But-
sleeps, he will dream about this. That's how it goes.
My head is quite. I believe I am getting a headache. Apologies.
I bet
You broke the
it is. From my understanding of what is going on is that every time you sleep, every memory of each and one of you are connected by that dream. So every time you sleep, your memories are all connected to the dream. Henceforth, that's how you get information from each other. So,
How does that work exactly with the time difference, though?
That's what I was asking.
when
Like,
did you?
how,
Yeah, when did you last dream about us? About what Vaxillus told you?
But we just arrived.
like, how long ago was it for him?
I'm asking him, not you,
That
Steve.
that dream was years ago. I haven't had it.
Great. This happened yesterday. I mean, like maybe a few minutes ago.
We literally just arrived here and walked in.
Oh, this is quite. Apologies for my. I should be more composed in this, but I am. This is, quite frankly, above what I have been taught in and
Above
the
your
manners.
pay
Well.
What are your most recent
matters
dreams?
of finances are not that. When I'm not dreaming of that, I'm in that. The manor, the ruins and destruction and just wandering.
Is he
That
just
sounds
saying
like
this
the manor
all
on the
out?
mortal plane.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I'll
Is that
tell you a timeline, and it's gonna be hard for you to understand.
all right?
But there's three
Wait.
realms. On the mortal realm. What?
I was gonna say, is he sitting down? 'Cause I feel like we're
Yeah.
telling him like okay,
He's
good,
sitting down.
All right.
perfect.
So there's three realms. The mortal realms. It's been 20 years
Right.
since the explosion happened.
Yeah, I remember that. I remember you explaining this to me. It's
In
so
Umbra, it's been about 4
Two.
years. Yeah, because Vax said that he would probably be 23 or 24 by then, and yeah, it would be about 2 to 3 years. And apparently, in here, it's been 405 cent,
A couple hundred years.
Going in the right direction, that's for sure.
So my dreams are what I've seen and what I've the reals that what everything that we've discussed, everything I'm seeing, they're
real. You're not crazy.
Even even God, that means that is quite a lot.
It is.
You need a moment to
Take your
take
time.
it all in.
Yes, I am trying to. That's every memory, every conversation, every experience. That's understanding that they are real. I mean, I began to have some doubts when I remember seeing you in the two different versions of the manor and in my dreams, but I didn't think.
Wait, you saw us in the mortal realm?
I remember inside the Lord's quarters of passing by, and I remember trying to instructing Lord Scarpello to go down to the Ouija board to contact, as that was the only way I could. I remembered that, but
Yes, and you were only a light figure when we saw you in the mortal realm.
yes, like I wasn't completely there. That strange.
Do you have any records of this? Do you have any written journals of these dreams?
I'm afraid not.
I want him to write down all the crazy thoughts.
I was convinced I was going mad at first. I did not think to start taking note of anything, and yeah, seeing you from there to the other one, or and then seeing Vastolas in the other one. It was so strange.
It's so strange how all of you are bound to each realm, but you're the only one bound to 3 at a time.
Yes.
And we're the only ones bound to travel between the 3.
That's quite strange.
It affects us all in strange ways.
I
wish there was a pattern.
It was.
Alright, the reason why you're bound here. The reason why you're bound here, it's not a curse, it's a spell. Before we went into the portal, I saw something like a spider web that was clinging onto Vex's body and going into the ground. It reminded me of the spell I was reading way back in Azukin's library. It's called an imprisonment spell. Once you're bound, you're not able to leave with any kind of, portals or no traveling from one planar to the other and stuff like that. And the only way to undo the spell is to use the spell magic at the same level spell that it was cast on, and that is a 9th level spell.
You're saying I'm imprisoned to this realm?
Apparently, you're not the only one.
Then
it seems that the mansion itself is the prison, and for me to dispel it, I would have to either target the prison itself or the special component used to, cast a spell. Or...
Well, with there being 3 versions of the manor, where would you have to cast the spell?
Maybe where it originally happened.
Yeah, that's why I want to go back to the mortal realm, because assuming this started from the explosion, then I think that's where the original one is. There's also another way for the spell to dispel itself, is if the condition the spell was made with is met. And since
condition?
I don't know the condition, I don't know what Darius wanted from imprisoning you and everybody else. I can't find his journals. I don't know what he was thinking. The only way for me to dispel it would be going back to the mortal realm, talk to Azuki, and find which prison is the actual prison.
But even the
You believe Lord Darius is the cause of this?
I think he did it as a defense mechanism personally, but
According
that's just my own
to
theory.
according to Vexillus, when the explosion happened, everybody was protecting themselves except for the Lord himself. You know that Lord Darius is a high level wizard. He could have definitely survived that explosion with his spells, but he didn't.
I'm not quite sure what to say. I remember enough of the memorial dinner. I remember an argument, heated as always, between Lord Darius and Corinne, but much after of it is blank, and to think that he would bound me is...
I'm not entirely sure he did it on purpose. From what we've seen of his notes, he was a little strange towards the ends there. The notes. One of his notes that we had started to get disheveled toward the end, right? Oh, I don't remember which piece of paper that was.
He had become more strange after
the passing of his wife.
Yes, after Lady Elena passed, but I had not considered that he would have been so grieving that he would have done something like this.
But again, we don't know for sure that this was his intention.
His son's just a little shit that he can't
that
trust
tried to kill him at that dinner.
Listen, Steve. His son is a little shit that cannot be trusted to be given the power over Evander. And I'm not sure how the situation was with his daughter, but
do you
I don't think he trusted anybody
maybe
for
that's what
the
set
power.
it all in motion.
That's what I'm trying to say, Steve.
No, I mean, on a larger level, that's what set it in motion. Because we looked at the family tree, remember? There were only sons inheriting it every generation.
That's what I'm trying to say, that because his wife died, his son's is a piece of shit, his daughter probably doesn't want to take over. He had no other choice but to imprison everybody so that the whole Covenant's family is gone.
Your theory is that he wanted to kill off his entire lineage and that's why this happened?
Maybe he felt responsible for something. Maybe there is something more to the family that somebody's not telling us. Isn't it weird that Orion came to this to Evander, the cursed land,
at the
and he
exact
was
time
fine?
that was perfect? The moment everything was changing is right when he moved. What do you know? Everything grew right after that. I have wondered about that. That's why only the males inheriting it stood out to me, because that seems odd. Even for a family as big as this one. Especially for a family as big as this one.
And you see, like, he reaches inside of, like, his, one of his pockets, and he's like, I found this letter, and I had been wondering the true meaning of the words for some time, but now, if what you're saying
Would you
is
mind
true,
if we saw?
Perhaps. And since Sorry is the closest, he's gonna show it her first, but here you go.
Okay, pretend like I didn't see it.
If things had proceeded as I have planned, I knew that you must have been shocked by everything which transpired by Elena's murmurs and the nourish follow. I can only imagine how you must feel, and I hope that you know that there is nothing you could have done to turn events in another direction. Be absorbed. You did all that you
Absolved.
could.
I fucked up the same thing. Okay.
Absolve. Okay. Be absolved.
Yeah.
You did all that you could, as you always did, to smooth the way for me and ease the burdens of my troubled mind. Your service to our house has always been more than a mere brotherly, have been one of my closest confidence and dearest friend, and I hope that you know that I could never have asked for a more faithful companion to see me through the most difficult moments of my life. Where did you find this?
It was in my room here. It was as if torn and withered, as I didn't know if it was from him truly, but it was his handwriting, and it was addressed to me, and almost as if he planned on giving to me.
Well, this explains why he left you that 100,000 gold inheritance.
Money is
In the
no
mortal
interest of me,
realm.
Lord Vixenheim.
But he
never
wanted
seemed
to make sure you'd be able to be taken care of for the rest of your life. It shows a little bit of remorse for the incidents.
Yes, but that's not going to change the fact that his mind is split in three.
What do you want us? Do you want to go back to the mortal realm, or would you rather stay here?
This whole time my thoughts have been towards if Lord Darius is still alive and perhaps reuniting with him, but if such time has passed and if Corinne is admitting to any violent acts against him, maybe he is no longer with us, and I'm not quite sure. I suppose I could return to my family back in Ashran, but it's been so long, I don't even know if any of them would remember me.
It hasn't been that long in the mortal realm. If that is what you want, I would help you. I have connections to the woodland elves.
Yes, I remember you mentioned an aunt.
Yes, my aunt Leah Fainor.
Yes. I would very much like to be made whole again, at least, if that's possible, to not feel this split within myself.
Still don't know what's splitting you and what's, what would happen if you do combine all three together again, or if that's even possible. Maybe the only way for you to be normal again is to kill the other two. I don't know.
Oh my.
It's a dark girl, but
That is dark.
Isn't it?
but I am not strong enough to dispel the magic myself. I've only learned so much as a wizard. I don't know if I can or if I could do anything about this. So my only plan is to go back to the mortal realm so that I can speak to my teacher as soon as I can, and then
I'm not sure you'd be able to.
Maybe he can dispel the magic. And why is that, Steve?
Because we were on the mortal realm. We saw
And
Bysilla and her husband, who had been there for 3 days, but trapped for months on end. The mortal realm at this point is just another extension of this imprisonment. The only way for us to get out is...
We're not. I think you're missing the whole point here, Steve.
But you
Everybody
think we can
else
just...
but we are not trapped here. We can go beyond the mansion. We could have traveled out of that door and back home, but
But
we
do you
didn't
really
because
think
as soon
that's
as we
true?
wanted to go outside, we wanted to go to the fucking dining room. And when we entered the dining room, monsters appeared. And when the monsters appeared, a portal appeared. And when the portal appeared, we went in without a second thought.
Did the tiny elf lady just curse? I
We
thought she
did.
was too proper for.
Fuck being proper right now, okay? We're trapped in another fucking plane and I can't go home. God knows
World class right now.
I'm gonna be home.
What
At
do you
least
think?
I'm immortal. There's a few of us here that wouldn't last for centuries. What am I supposed to tell their families? What am I supposed to tell your
That
mother,
we did
Lady
everything we
Corinne?
could. And the idea wouldn't be to be trapped here for centuries. Obviously, there has to be a way out of this.
At least I had hope that maybe we can go back to the mortal realm and then maybe I can just go home, talk to my teachers, and free
And one
the people
portal.
here with the
You
information I
haven't.
have.
Has anyone here seen any weird circles or portals of that nature? Anywhere in this?
In the library, is there a magic circle above the library?
The broken teleportation circle.
Yes, because
That one
apparently
and the
all
other
three
one in the
realms
bedroom.
have the same teleportation circle or whatever the fuck this is, and maybe that's our way out.
It is there, yes.
Is it powered?
It's broken.
What about it's broken?
It
My
has.
will to live is broken.
It has, from my understanding, and from I suppose that Lady Saedia can explain more. It has no magic in it. It is
Then missing gems.
inactive.
Oh, it still needs the power. We have.
No, it's it does not. It's not like that. You are referencing the other one.
Broken.
It is just inactive, if that is a best way to speak.
I'll have to take a look at it.
But
before you were trapped in this manner, to both of you, it must have been a way where people travel from this plane to the other planes, not just to leave here, more to like maybe visit friends or something. Because you mentioned that, for example, Steve, the Ladrons, they weren't originally from here, right? And if Steve was born here, how the hell did he get to the mortal realm?
I mean, how does anyone? Through portals.
And that's what I'm asking. Where is this portal? What makes the portal? How you get portal?
Well, to be fair, we now have an idea of how to traverse between the Umbra and the Alderaan planes through that statue, but we don't really know how to get to the mortal plane.
Do any of you speak Abyssal?
I will add, none of y'all know the language, by the way. None of y'all.
Oh yeah, true.
No.
I know we do.
Would anyone
Can
here
we
in the
ask
house
her-
know Abyssal?
You don't know the
Right,
language. I mean, you didn't even recognize it. That's how.
No. Well, she just asked
Oh.
out loud, but I'm asking
That's
the
why.
lady.
That's why I was asking her
No,
because
I'm
she.
asking the party.
Yeah,
I'm
because
asking the
I was
party.
confirmed. I was pulling back for her that she didn't recognize it at all. None of you know what the actual language is, even not just what it says. You don't know what type of language it is. I was saying Forge, which I don't know if he shared with you, that the script was familiar to Vernal.
I did say goddamn abyssal language, but I don't know if you allowed that in character or not.
I don't know if you were saying it in character or not.
That's why I'm saying it's like I don't know if I would know what abyssal is, even though it's in infernal script.
It's similar. That's what I said. At best, that's what you're able to ascertain. It's similar, but there's no recognized.
So I guess if you wanted to ask, you would have to be like, I saw a language out there that's similar to abyssal. Do you know what that
Infernal,
is?
similar to Infernal, but yeah.
Or similar to infernal. Do you know what that is? But I didn't recognize it at all because I don't speak any of those.
The script is definitely similar.
So then asking the
From the
Dryad, do you know if anyone in the house understands the writing on the plaque out there in the maze?
Are you
Yes?
asking Saedia?
Yeah, yeah.
She says like, I don't know. I have taken a glance at it, but I do not understand the language myself to even begin to understand if anyone else do. And none of the gods seem to appear it. I'm not sure if any of the sailors or goblins have ventured out that far to check.
Do you know what the original language for Umbra is?
No, I apologies. I've never been there myself, so I'm unfamiliar.
God damn this hellhole.
It is possible that Woodfellow knows. He speaks many languages.
This Woodfellow. I have to speak to this Woodfellow because on Umbra and where we saw the statue portal thing, the script was in Sylvan.
That makes sense. To travel here from another plane of existence, it makes little sense that it would be in our tongue, and you being an elf and having our Fey ancestry, it must have resonated within you. But I don't believe anyone here is of the dark entity that would come from the Umbra.
Wait, have we confirmed that if... No, we haven't. We can't. I don't know if we even can. If we say anything from here and then you dream about it, I don't know if the other us would know about it.
Do we even know if the other us was dreaming?
Yes.
I mean,
when y'all first came there, he said he was having dreams and he remembered y'all from the dream.
Yeah, so here's my plan. We can go back to the script, copy it on the paper, give it to us, and then us goes, and then tell us from the other side to give it to either Vastulis, or maybe Vaxillus, because he said that he was learning more about his own language, and Dark Elves came from Umbra, so God knows, maybe one of them know. So maybe you can ask the other us to, copy the whatever in the dream and then give it to Vastulis or Vaxillus.
If neither of them know it, he could potentially ask Vax's mom and say that I was curious.
I can certainly try. I'm not quite sure how it works, or with the time difference when he will get the dream, but I can
but it's worth a try, isn't it?
Yes, I certainly can.
Worst come to worst, we can tell Vastulis to come here.
Well, if Vastulis is bound to that land.
No, he's not. He's mentioned this many times. He's not.
No, I saw him in the other version as well.
No, I mean, like, he's not bound to the mansion.
Yes.
So that he can leave at any time.
Yes, and I saw him in the ruined one. Is what I meant.
Yes, I know. He told me that he came there, and then that 3 months has passed since we came here. 3 months.
He helped that woman that was there in the manor.
That she has
still alive.
Yes.
Yes. She has her husband with her?
I remember they were discussing something. She looked quite hurt and beaten, but it looked as if he was helping her up, and
Did he look happy?
He did look quite pleased at the moment. I don't quite remember much. Those dreams are more or less frequent and rare, but I think he mentioned something of a contract with her, but I cannot be certain.
Goddamn woman, you have kids! Kids!
He's trapped there just the same.
What the fuck are you eating? Throw it across the parking lot.
Yep.
No, you can keep it now. I don't want it.
The lady,
Got them farm stand ranch potato chips.
Darius' daughter, I forgot her name already.
Elsius.
Something. Elsius. She's dead, right? God forgive me for telling a dead woman's secret, but that's her daughter.
That is her child. I thought.
I'm done with keeping secrets for people that can't help me or themselves or their kids.
I thought the child was supposed to be given into an orphanage.
And
How
they
did-
were, but
Well,
eventually they
her
reached
father
the
took
age of
over
adult.
and her father took care of her as a disguise of someone adopting her, but he's not adopting her, he's actually the father, but the father died and gave her the will or whatever the fuck and told her that, you know what, you're my actual daughter, and your mother is that lady for governors. And then we met her there, we spoke to her, she was there to find some fucking idea of what was going on. And the last time we saw her, there were monsters, beings trying to kill us. And we all jumped into a portal. And apparently, Amaldar tried to pull her in, but she didn't want to because her husband was in trouble. And we thought they were dead.
That is even more than what has already been laid upon me, but it makes. I suppose I'm not too surprised. In the later years, I have spoken of.
He has kids. She better not have offered her kids to the damn devil. And that damn devil knew this whole time and be acting like he doesn't know shit. Next time I see him, I'm punching him.
Well, in order for us to see him again, we do have to explore this place and see what
Out
comes
of-
over a little bit of a turnover.
Out of
Can you
character,
summon him?
I will say the last thing he said to Corn and Maladark, more specifically to Maladark, was, "Thanks for the information." He did find something intriguing over in the other version before leaving.
Yeah, but
You don't
and then
know.
when the second time I met him, I was talking about sharing information and stuff like that, and he's like, "Oh yeah, I went back to the monorail, and then it's like been 3 months, and he didn't mention anything else. He's like, oh yeah, blah, blah, blah,
He's
blah."
like, "I'm a devil. Don't trust me."
I'm punching him the next time. Punching him in the nuts.
Okay.
You probably like that.
Probably, honestly. But yeah.
My head hurts. Your head hurts. Hold on, let me do a medical check on you. Your medicine
Okay.
check on you. I wanna check how much are you hurting?
Mm-hmm.
How bad is your migraine?
How bad is your migraine? Is it as bad as mine?
Splitting, one might say. Ayo. Oh my god, that's what you got.
Yeah, medicine is my biggest forte. The one time I got good at it, it was because of panic.
I feel like Corin's got that medicinal side down. Maybe she should roll for it.
She really doesn't, I can assure you. But for he looks fairly healthy, much better than the counterpart you have seen. Like there is more color to his skin, his hair.
Us dying too.
He looks very identical and healthy for the most part. If not just a little, like, obviously stressed out at the moment.
Right. We have to find a way to go back to the mortal world, or to dispel this piece of shit, because I don't want to know what happens if one of the us dies. Because the other one.
Us, I would
not
enjoy
like
that.
to test that idea.
I would not either.
I really don't want to kill him. Maybe we need to make sure they're all fitted together, like a puzzle piece. I would hate.
That's why I say we don't want to find out what happens if he dies, because the other one is dying. So we might as well chop. Where is this librarian guy?
What? Yes, come. I can show
God, no time to waste today, people.
Thank you.
Chop.
Ladies.
I bow to the lady. Thank you. And pardon for our intrusion.
It is
and for my impoliteness, I'm going crazy.
If you have any questions, please, you know where to find me. And
it was very lovely to chat with you. I hope we get to have a chance later to catch up on those memories of yours.
Yes, I would very much like that. And us immediately begins leading you down into this area.